the floor?
Always Gary.
Yes, I will. I shall go home now with the floor. Thank you for giving me this wonderful gift.
You are welcome.
But last session was episode 37, approximately, and we
For-
started.
For my notes, it was episode 39.
Well, on the
Recordings.
timestamps for the recordings, it's 37
7.
because
We
James.
missed one. This should be 38 right now. Gary, you might be one ahead.
We talk about session 0 as well.
Oh, okay,
Yes.
yeah. Okay, never mind. I'll keep my mouth shut. You right.
But
Mm-hmm.
last session we started with a session recap from James because he forgot to upload the recordings. We more or less. Well, okay. We started the session with Alexandra delivering a ruby to her ma because Ruby was being bad. Alexandra ended up getting scolded alongside Ruby for the next hour because she wanted to be a little, I don't know, I guess vindictive would be the word. But kind of gave Ruby a lesson of, hey, if your friends are happy and you're happy, then everyone's happy and we can all have fun together. That was really quick on that pizza. I wish I had pizza delivered like that. But mainly started the session with decent conversation between our resident nature goddess and Tavian. It's honestly like a good chunk of the session looking over the recording. Then oh yeah, then Finn and Tavian talked. Samuel had time with his girlfriend, not girlfriend, lady companion. Honestly, it was pretty much a downtime session. The existence of bras was questioned. Alexandra and Tola went clothes shopping and she picked out a bunch of new clothes. And I mean, Alexandra scared a lower city dweller that may or may not have some minor connection to criminal activities. And I mean, it's like Tavian and Tola went to therapy with the use of a mirror. Is there anything else? It's like 5 hours session.
That's pretty good.
We should include that there was other things that happened. There was, for example, Navi getting along with their family, having their moments there, and
Tola
actually,
does not like this.
Baby is no longer
lion cub.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The little shit's a different kind of little shit.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Bit of
One that breathes fire.
did a Pokemon evolution into a Chimera.
Is a baby.
Is a baby
Is a
that
baby.
fucking Tola does not like. They got a nat 1 on that.
We also had a moment of lots of birds and a swear of vengeance from Samuel.
Yep.
They were just bringing his girlfriend pretty things.
Mm-hmm.
And we also had, as you said, a therapy session that turned into something very different as Tola themselves started to change, twist, and break before the mirror.
Oh yeah, she was turning into some type of devil and or tieflings.
Yeah, I don't know why they're frowning when I know the player is very giddy in the changes.
Oh, it's probably because Tola herself be scared.
True, true. Anything else anyone feels need to be brought up that may be of importance?
Nope.
Alexandra hasn't really taken a vacation. She's honestly just kind of worked through it. But, you know, that's the secret.
I would say she has had a bit of a vacation. She's
I mean,
had wedding stuff going on and seeing the family.
she's in comparison to nearly dying and risking her life, relaxed.
Indeed.
But like she still kind of worked.
But get your inspiration. And then we'll move on to what's happening elsewhere as people have gone to sleep. As we'll jump over. Samuel.
People, not everybody has gone to sleep.
True.
Tola and Tavian left.
Yes, and most certainly we'll have to have a moment where they have a conversation of what's happened. However,
Navi has stayed back because she needs to have a conversation.
ah,
Anyway,
are you going to be having a conversation with?
the Megs.
Okay, we can jump into that after we have this
No.
little dream. As I
Just
said,
letting you know.
yep, that does help. Thank you. So, Samuel,
Uh-huh.
you begin to drift down into the fog of your dream. The comforting warmth of another presence easily helping you to sleep deeper and deeper in slumber. The gentle fog of dreams of shadow of night drifting over your mind. And you find yourself falling into a familiar sensation.
Okay.
This slight sway of consciousness but half sleep as you feel yourself in a space not as clear and precise as when you dream with your new pillow, but you can tell you're elsewhere as you're slipping into the void, slipping into the shadow. You are once more in a space of recognition. For the moment, darkness surrounds you, just brushing over you. What would you like to do in this space?
There's no discernible architecture or whatnot. I'm just here.
At the moment, you're here, but if you, what's your passive perception actually?
I think it's 17.
That'll be enough. That you can hear like the slight sound of water, just like running water, the trickle of it flowing
Water,
through your.
I go. It is 19, actually.
Indefinitely. While you can't really see anything with your eye, you can hear the sound of water. You can feel the slight ripple underneath your feet as you're stepping forward.
Sweet.
And do you dive into the water?
I know this song and dance.
Very well. You dive in, the ripples bursting as you break through the surface, and colour begins to ignite your senses, burning into your retinas. So it's a comforting and soothing presence, familiar. And those are the wrong notes I was pulling up. Those are also the wrong notes. Damn it. What happens when I have like 40 notes up? There we go. You begin to slip under. First, the shadows that were around you begin to ease back slightly, showing at first a female figure, one that seems to be horned and strolling forward, paying a brief bit of attention towards you, a grin of amusement set upon their lips as a long forked tail whips behind them, before they slip back into the shadows, stepping away from the light that was bursting through your vision.
Interesting.
The light begins to solidate into an image, a new one, as that figure disappears, this sight showing a tendril, wicked, twisted flesh wrapping around a jewel of some kind. Roll perception for me.
23.
You peer through the brief image that flashes through your retina, and you believe it seems to be a shape of some kind of insect. This jewel, this tendril is coiling around.
Is it something I've seen before?
I wouldn't say you've seen this item before.
Okay.
The vision begins to blur with colours as they mix and flow together. The shadows pulling over it like tendrils before it pulses and a new image shows itself. A pale glimpse of what seems to be bone of a large reptilian skull resting in the shadows. Resting near it, a soft golden light nearby, just pulsing next to it. A brief flicker within the hollowed skull of the skull that lights up. Something dark and crimson. For that image too begins to fade.
Okay.
The next image is a peculiar one, as the surface of the water seems to reinforce itself in this moment. Partly obscuring but revealing at the same time a vision of a dark, ornate egg, chiseled, looks to be of a dark stone, ornate designs etched over to it, resting under the water with just a faint aura that seems to ripple over its surface.
What color's the aura?
It seems to be a mix of black and also a pure white. Roll
Okay.
perception as well, because it might be a. Well, if you're looking at the aura itself, you may sense something else.
20.
You also see a faint hint of what seems to be blue mixing together with those two colors. Almost if it seems to be coiling around it.
Okay.
With these visions flowing through your vision, flowing through your senses, you find the colors starting to fade. You got a glimpse of something. Hints of things that could be, or maybe already has happened.
The color of the tiefling.
They were in shadowed form, but it's more of an
Oh, so they
outline.
looked like shadows,
Yes.
but I know it's a tiefling.
They are a bit more common in your part of the world, so you would know what their race would be.
Okay.
Tieflings themselves are very rare, but down in the south where everything is accepted, knowledge of them would exist. So you would recognize the horn, tail, put 1 and 2 together and be like, that could be a tiefling.
Yeah. Okay.
There are a bit too many horns.
Interesting. Alright. I let
But
myself get whisked away.
with that, the colors would begin to fade. Your consciousness will begin to drift into that calm, soothing presence once more as you begin to fall deeper to your slumber.
Hell yeah.
And once more, you are resting. Relaxed in the moment and having a peaceful sleep.
Hell yeah.
Then, we will jump back to Navi.
Yeah, just as the Magnus is kind of showing them to the exit of the dungeon area, Navi just kind of hangs back, waiting for them to leave.
I remember they were already speaking of leaving, so you would
Mhm.
see them being guided up the stairs while they'd vanish. A bit of time would likely pass before they head back down, realizing that someone else wasn't following them.
Mhm. Navi is just standing there, just waiting, seemingly waiting.
I thought it was a little strange that you weren't following along. Is there something you need of me?
That that mirror.
Yes.
Exactly what does it do?
It allows one to peer at their existence, to have a reflection of itself shown in a purer form. It's a powerful item. It's one that can also be addicting and difficult to turn away from once you begin to peer into it. I originally had crafted something simple, intending just to try and understand the reality we're in just a little bit further, but the more I researched with it, the stronger it became.
It was
Becoming
made by your hand.
It was. Once simple and smaller, but over time it grew, and with its growth, so did its power. At this moment, I could even say it's almost cursed, but curses are very difficult to break. With this, as long as you're able to have someone pull you away, you're free from it.
We require your help.
And how can I help?
We need to use
Would you like to use it yourself in this case, or is it for someone else you're requesting aid from?
It is for us, and us alone.
In that case, like both Tavian and Miss Tola, take a seat and I'll guide you in front of the mirror. They'll move back to the wall as the stonework begins to creak and pull backwards, revealing the hidden space. Before they would step in. Pull a seat over, while making sure not to look at the mirror themselves.
Navi will sit down.
The mirror is here, just to say.
Oh. And takes a seat.
You take a seat down while the clawed fingers grasp the seat,
No.
in case it's
Not
needed.
quite watching, not looking at it yet. Just a warning to them. I'd be cautious yourself. We do not know exactly what will be there. We know there's far more to us than could be understood, but it is something we need to do.
There's a reason I've advised the rest of you not to look if someone else is looking. I've not quite yet tested to see what happens when two have their existence peered into here, so you don't need to worry on that.
I saw the way that Tola changed. I am warning you. Against myself.
I will say that is a new experience. Most that have looked through this haven't changed but more gained a insight of the mind. That
Yes, well, our form is quite malleable, you might say.
then we'll have to see what happens then.
A nod, and Navi looks in the fucking mirror.
You look up into the amber reflection, seeing the glow of it just peering back at you, and then feel something try and just grip you for a moment. Do you allow it?
I would like to request that, as far as this goes, we fade to black. As I would like this to be private, if that is okay with you, DM.
That is perfectly okay.
So, yeah.
The consequences of what happens will be revealed to the group on a later point.
Bye, Navi.
So, who's your backup? We're just gonna be asking everybody that tonight. Oh, hey, if you don't have the token set up yet.
I do though. You should be able to drag it out.
I can drag it out, but I got
Hey, James.
none of the parts. Yes.
You haven't asked who my backup is.
You don't have one because Alexander's never gonna die. You don't
Yes.
get hit enough.
I see looking ass bitch. Fucking
This is
too many hit points.
Yeah, this is what
Too
happens.
many.
This is what happens. Imagine
Imagine
if
if you
were playing,
actually goaded enemies.
or if you were playing a
I
barbarian.
try.
Maybe you should stop trying to taunt people and just go in and fucking throw hands and become a problem enough that they want to deal with you.
Have the movement.
What the fuck? Why is it saying?
Yes.
Why is it
Because
saying
everything's
Tavian too,
been
you're
like
Googling?
really far away.
Well,
That-
All the enemies have been far
That's
away.
the name you've
or
put
that-
onto your character sheet.
Look at the character
Why?
because it's not what's there.
That seems like your problem.
Yeah, buddy.
I mean, it is,
Steve.
but
It's fine.
it's not.
Cope.
It's fine.
Cope see the mold.
If you got a hidden Tavian and not the one that was called Tavian 2 out there,
Uh-huh. I'm just
where is
gonna-
this hidden one?
I don't have a hidden one. I deleted
Tavian
it
Rosemont.
forever ago.
Well, that was the one that popped up that was open to be changed.
I don't know, man. Let me just delete it and then. No, it's the same one. You're good. Don't worry about it, Gary. We can fix
Is
it
it-
later.
We can fix it in post.
Yeah, I don't do any editing, so we ain't fixing shit in post. Yeah, no. So
I can fix him.
no, you can't. I don't think. I think Samuel is well past the point of being able to fix him.
Okay. In that case, I believe Tavian will be heading straight home with Tola.
Mm-hmm.
They are not here at the moment, so. And with how late it was in the day, we can say you went and had your rest.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and just. Boop. Oh wait. Fixed it.
And you're blue today.
Well, I wasn't intending on rolling that. I don't know why it rolled.
Blue, buddy, buddy.
I'm not gonna count
Ba-ba-dee-da-ba-da.
that 'cause that's not the right token anyways. Shit. Yeah.
Shh, just be blue.
No,
Just be a little wavy.
that's the wrong blue.
Just be a little
Oh! Okay. The actual one.
puppy.
Alright. Ain't seen that one in a minute. We will deal with
It
that when it
is-
becomes a problem.
It is a new day. And what would the people be liking to do for this day?
Wait to see who comes around so they can talk to them. And or like what's okay, so still no
Tavian
leads on.
wanna-
Go ahead.
No, you.
Okay. So still no leads on the sea bitch. And there's only the sea bitch and the dragon thing. So
Well, no, you still need to pick up an item from the crown as well.
oh, that's true. Oh yeah, fuck. I guess she'll go try and arrange a date to do that. And then I guess send an inquisitor to go keep tabs on the one drug dealer from House Kajar. And yeah, just continue on doing that list I sent you last session, I guess.
I can't quite remember what everything what in the list was at this exact moment. Scroll up.
With the addition of arranging with the crown a time to do that.
So you send out a letter to the Crown asking when you could have a time to go over and fetch an item from their royal treasury. The person you send over will take a few hours before they come back, and another person you send off to keep an eye on the individual that Tola spoke of. Anything else for the beginning of your day, or do you wait until you get feedback from that?
She's going to attempt to. She's going to go to Mom and ask her something.
Okay, well, you all have breakfast on the table as usual.
Breakfast.
Breakfast. Tavian, would you be heading over to the house in the morning, or would you be staying in your own household today? Tavian. Did you BRB?
No, I did not. What I have
He's
in my
munching on pizza. That's going to be heard over the recording.
No, it ain't because I muted my mic.
No.
What I said was I will probably be chilling at the house today. I don't want to really do anything too much to get too far ahead. On my
That's
end of
perfectly
things,
fine.
So.
And Navi, we'll go over what happened from your situation when we can.
I mean,
Mm-hmm.
you could always drag them into a private server, me put the headset down and go take a leak.
I could do that, but feel bad for the rest of you. If that's something everyone would accept, though, we could do that.
I'm fine with it.
Shrug.
There you go.
In that case, Navi, we can go and do that real quick.
Just drag my ass over there and I'll mute the mic.
Yep. Thankfully, we have 2 calls here, so.
Excellent.
I need to switch the music back and slide this back over. So let's get everything sorted. It's probably the best we do this now as well, because different feelings and impacts will be had. No, that's not what I wanted. I was expecting more animal noises from that, but no. That's more chained. Da-da. This the one I wanted? That's too happy. So, Navi, you embrace the feeling that washes over you. You lift your head up and look in the mirror. The surface doesn't reflect anything at first. Before it begins to slowly take form of your figure. First, you see the sight of your feet, though they are different because they're twisted and gnarled like root
Mhm.
dug into the earth. The seat you're on almost seems to be bound within these gnarled mix of flesh and wood that your legs have become.
Mhm.
Stretching up before that, you see the rest of you. Similar to what you are now, you can see the definitions, the curves, the fabric you're adorned in. But you're taller, larger.
Mm. Mhm.
Everything seems to be a bit more pronounced and prolonged. Your arms are stretched out. Where were they resting when you sat down?
Kind of like one over each leg, with her hands kind of drooped between the legs, kind of in a bit leaned forward, kind of. I won't say tired, but preparing herself.
You see the position you were in, your arms relaxed, prepared, slightly tense, but they're longer, stretched. These are not the arms that look to be something from a humanoid. Even the fingers are pronounced almost claw-like, slightly touching the floor as they hang over your legs. You go up to your torso. Thinner, tighter, going up to your neck. Slightly longer. Then you see your face. Or you see where a face should have been. But you see a completely blank canvas. There's no mouth, there's no eyes, there's no nose. It's as if the flesh has pulled back in and all these details have been obscured. Just revealing a blank expression peering back at you in the mirror. The amber from your arms are gone. You don't see them in the reflection. At least you didn't until you look to your head. Where you see protruding from this hollowed face, long arching horn, twisting, shooting out in different directions, beyond where the mirror shows, arching with the same amber color. What is your perception?
You want me to roll it, or you want me to give you my passive?
You can give me a passive and we'll see if you need it or not.
Well, you see, my passive is 22.
With that, and with how focused you are, you will also see, after the tall figure that's reflected in the mirror is looking back at you, that there seems to be something jutting out from the back of it as well. The mix of flesh and what seems to be gnarled roots binding together, stretching out into different directions. Pulling out from the back of this entity that feels right but also feels different as you peer back into it, both of you looking at each other right now.
Kind of tilt my head to one side and then slowly to the other.
The reflection follows that motion. A slight,
Out a hand and just kind of move my fingers a bit.
as you're doing this, familiarizing yourself with the motion, your senses would begin to hear slight creaking of your form as you're moving, as if you're moving something that's been sat still for a very long period of time. Your fingers, you stretch them, they feel stiff, but you're moving them, creaking them, getting them stretching as your mirrored reflection shares that visual impression. You feel a small tingle on your brow as you're familiarizing yourself with the mirror and yourself. But next to you do, as you continue to feel that draw to the mirror.
Kind of resettle and focus in on what's behind them that I had seen.
You have difficulties turning your head away from the mirror, but you focus on what you can see. And as you do, you get to feel that strange sensation that there's something connected to you in your back. Almost if you have extra limbs. It's unfamiliar, it's foreign, but at the same time, familiar, but you shift. The heavy weight is resting on your back, pinning you into your seat. You can feel a sensation of touch,
Do
of
I-
flesh.
Do I feel like I can move whatever it is?
You feel like you may be able to.
Can I move this limb in front so I can look at it?
Make a wisdom roll.
Just a flat wisdom?
You are trying to do something you've not done before. So yes. It's slow progress. You are not used to this feeling, and you slowly try and move a phantom limb upon your back to bring it forward. Within the mirror, you'll see one of these long, arching binds connected to you, slowly shifting forward. The sensation in your back grows a bit more pronounced as it comes forward. And you can see this tendril, a mix of flesh, root, and natural growth tied to one. Almost like a vine and a branch, but mixed together with life altogether.
Mm-hmm.
You can see it now a bit more now, see the details to it. It still stretches out beyond where you can see within the mirror, but you get enough of the details to understand what it looks like. To feel it. The sensation on your skull and the sensation on your back has grown more pronounced at this point.
We'll try to focus in on these odd feelings, see if we can explore them a bit.
You begin to dig in a little deep, to explore these foreign feelings. Feeling the tingles on your brow, the gentle heat and sensation on your back. And slowly as you do, the heat within yourself also moves through you. You can feel a sense of strength flow through you for a moment, a bit stronger, as your own form begins to creak, much like you heard around you.
Mm-hmm.
You can feel more of these twitches in your back, more pronounced now. You can feel the weight setting on the top of your head of something foreign but familiar.
Kind of tilt my head to look in the mirror.
You tilt your head, the glistening horns shine with their amber glow.
Okay. Okay.
You're a bit more familiar with the movement now, as if the creaking you hear in your ear, you can hear it. It's more
Mhm.
pronounced, it's more understandable, as if you're sharing the senses of what's beyond and within you at the same time.
Can I try and move those back tendrils again? Get a
You
good. Try and get a better look at them.
You can, and that sensation, foreign and strange in your back, would continue as you have them curl about you. Each of them seems to be a slight bit different. One of them's thicker and larger than the others, stretching out. Others are thinner. One of them is even seeming to just slightly move by itself when you're not trying to move it, as you're focusing upon it.
And how many are there?
Let me just double check that, give me a second. I want to give you the wrong number and confuse you.
Mm-hmm.
Looking over them, and with your own natural perception as you bring them forward, see a total of 7.
Do they feel different?
Some of them feel more weighty than the others, some of them seem to be more limber, as if they've been able to move longer if they're younger, fresher. Or some of them barely budge at all when you try to move them.
Mm-hmm. I leave them in front of me and stop controlling them. Do
You
they
stop.
stay?
You stop controlling, looking at them in the mirror as they're drawn before you. You see one of them is slowly drifting, as if movement is happening to whatever it's stretched towards. It's just slowly creaking, almost like a clicking, like a ticking clock is slowly just turning in that direction. A slight sensation like a tug pulling on your back, but it's not strong enough to be a tug. It's almost if you feel that tension.
do each of them. How do I word this? Do they seem to want to? Do they seem to want to go places?
That's difficult to say. You have the feeling of them. You can feel they're stretched in different directions. You can feel the tension on each of them. Slight tug
Can I-
from one.
We're gonna try and follow the one that is squirming. This is the best way that I can describe that.
Are you gonna try and stand up from your seat and follow this feeling?
More like mentally follow it, if that makes sense.
Roll another wisdom save as you try this.
Wisdom save this time.
It's a wisdom check or wisdom save, whichever one you would like.
Oh well, wisdom save is better.
You try to pull at the smallest one. Or the one that was the smallest one or the one that was twitching, which was it?
The one that was moving.
You attempt to pull at it. You attempt to follow where it's going, and for a brief moment, something just burns itself into your head. It's strange. It's almost as if you feel a glimpse of an image as it flashes before your sight. As you see what looks to just be a cloak of natural presence just resting over something. That something is moving.
Okay. Can I try to, I don't know, peel the cloak away? Question mark? Try to see what the something is.
Sure. Have another check if you'd like. Does you want to try and peel it away?
Oof.
You attempt to peel it away, and it's difficult. You're connected to this thing, trying to uproot it to pull it back. You can briefly get another flicker of the vision within your thoughts, within your mind, of the cloak slightly lifting, but this tendril that's tied to, quite able to pull it up, it's connected to.
Can I try to feel what this might be?
Guess that's possible.
This is definitely interesting.
Yeah,
Could
try
I
and
try to insight what this might be?
go ahead. Try and roll an insight to understand what you're connected to.
Bro, my rolls.
It's difficult. This is an entirely foreign sensation. You're not used to it. Even the limbs themselves, that phantom feeling, you're not quite able to move or will them as much as you'd like. You tug, you draw, you have the movement, but you're not quite sure. No, you're resting on something broad. It's warm. The sun rise and fall to it. But outside of that, you can tell it's something living, very least.
Okay. Can we try to pull back and see if we can mentally explore down one of the other tendrils?
Sure. You pull back rolling yourself back into the mirror. You can feel that weight resting a bit heavily up. You only have several different
Oh
tendrils.
jeez. There is some serious roboting going on, buddy.
Is it? Apologies.
Yeah, no, not your fault. I don't know what the fuck.
Can you hear me clearly now?
Kinda? Yeah, it's fine.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, we're good. Let's go.
Oh, I'm seeing Discord doing a strange green, red, orange.
Oh jeez. Yeah, you fluctuate, my guy. Maybe disconnect, reconnect.
Testing 1, 3. It's gone straight to green. Brief interlude. Nope, it's
No.
to red.
Hello?
Hello?
Testing.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Oh god. Gary?
I'm not sure what's going on. There's nothing that should be my internet's pure and strong right now.
You got anything running that you can close?
Well, let me check. The only thing going on is the game.
Hmm.
This is unfortunate.
Maybe try killing the music.
I don't think it's the net itself. This is Discord. Because everything
Yeah,
else
well-
is running fine.
Yeah, well, still.
I'll try closing
Trio-
Discord and opening it. See if that'll do it.
Yeah, give it a full restart. Gotta love them technical difficulties.
Okay, let's try this now. Nope, it's still going red.
Bruh.
I have to fix this because otherwise I won't be able to run. I'll try turning my computer off, turning it back on. Okay, let's try this. Is this... Nope, it's still doing it.
It's not as bad as before.
Ah,
I can understand you now.
okay, well let's hope it's not too bad then. Okay.
No.
Finally back
Right,
up.
so,
But yes, you pull back from that vision,
mhm.
and which tendril do you go to try to now, from the youngest to the oldest?
Well, we'll go to the oldest, the most rigid.
Okay, another roll, please, as you try and draw through that.
Bro.
You attempt to go through and you get the briefest flash of what seems to be something dark and a glimpse of amber before your vision pulls away from it.
Hmm. Try to push harder.
Right, certainly.
That's better.
You attempt to push harder as the weight is setting over your back and your head more heavily. And this time, instead of a brief flash of amber and darkness, you instead see yourself rooted into what looks to be into the back of something withered. As if this tendril is piercing into the spines and flesh of this entity.
Okay. We're gonna pull back.
You pull back once more.
We're gonna go down to the youngest one.
Okay. Feel free to roll that one. You start to pull towards it, and then suddenly the rope whips towards you. As you look in the mirror, as it seems to be quickly just shifting towards your features, throwing towards you, and then you just see a little creature in your lap. A familiar little creature that this tendril is carefully wrapped around. A little fluff ball with a skull for a head.
Yeah, this is what I thought was happening.
Almost it seems was answering you when you were pulling across. It just sits there, tilts its head to the side. You hear just a clatter and you understand it as it just goes, calling? Need help? Need healing?
No, you're fine.
It's weird at that moment. You hear your own voice, but you also hear something unearthly groan and ripple in your ears at the same time. For the moment, the little one just hums and nods, seeming to realize anything was different. Seeing it's not needed, the presence of them just fades as they fade back into where they usually are, and the tendril also begins to stretch and arch in a different direction once more.
Yep, we're gonna pull back.
You pull back. By this point, your head is dipping. It feels heavy.
Yeah. If you were to say, so if you were to number them from oldest to youngest, what number was the first one that I went down? The Squirmy one.
I would say that's one of the second to oldest ones you've gotten.
the one that was the cloaked figure,
Yep.
or the okay. We're gonna try one more. We're gonna do that the second youngest.
Have another check.
No.
You attempt to push through. You have a brief glimpse
Roll
of
my
what you
fucking roll.
seems to be dark, you think, and then it just slips away from you. But then you also feel a tug on your back as your form is lifted and pulled away from the mirror.
Yeah, I figured.
But the sensation of weight doesn't fade as your vision is broken from the mirror. It's pressing down upon you. Everything feels just more difficult.
Once the eyesight is broken, I shake. Line of sight is broken. Shake my head.
It's Heather.
I reach up and touch my head.
You find pulling out of your skull to be horns.
Oh boy.
Seems having broken through what counts for your hair and curling up.
Okay. And my back.
You stretch out, feeling along the length, and also realize your arms feel a little bit longer as you can stretch them around to feel your back without too many issues.
Mm,
And start to feel small little nubs, just slight growths
mm.
lining around your spine.
I imagine them going directly down her spine. The largest at the top, and then down to brand new.
Yep. The weight, the slight growth of your arm, the nubs, you've changed. You pushed and your form has altered itself from the consequence of that.
Yeah, this is fine.
Well, I'd like to say I've never seen this before. This is the second time it's happened. How do you feel?
Curious, to say the least.
From what it looks like, whatever you were seeing from before, similar to what happened to your other company, started to break through the surface.
It does not feel wrong. It does not feel... Okay! Oh my god. Well, that's recorded now.
Thankfully, it doesn't feel wrong, but
But,
that extra weight is going to take some time to get used to, I believe.
it's... physically, perhaps. She stands up. Is she taller?
You stand up and you do feel tall.
Oh, jeez. Mm-hmm.
Your horns bumping into the roof of this stone little opening as you get up
How
and you
tall am
feel.
I now?
How tall were you before?
4'11".
You would be around 5'6". The entity on the other side was very, very tall, and you started to
Mm-hmm.
lengthen yourself the more and more you went through, heavier and heavier as you went through your changes. And that's not including the inches from the horns as well.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I think the longest thing that's changed though would be your arms, as they hang a little bit lower than they normally would with a humanoid. No doubt they'll do some amazing hugs. Is there anything you can feel that's different? Anything?
If you mean out of the physicality, it is not different currently.
Well, let me know if there's anything you'd like my advice on.
I think the only thing that you should do is figure out how that mirror is changing people.
I have theory. The
Mm,
main
perhaps you could work
theory,
with them.
the main theory I have at the moment is whatever you're seeing of your existence within the mirror is vastly different from what you currently appear.
Yes. Yes, it was.
If that theory is true, then you trying to familiarize yourself with the differences. For example, Tola was saying how beautiful it was and how the flames were there. She grew hot as if she was bathing in flames and changed under that situation. We had to bathe her in cold water to cool her down. I'm assuming something similar happened with you familiarizing yourself with what you were perceiving.
You could say that.
That I could definitely say that that is likely what's causing. Embracing a different part of yourself and the mirror aiding you to become a bit closer to that piece of your existence that you just recognized. They'll have to do some study on. At the moment, it's just a theory, an idea.
Right. I'm going to go and meditate in a garden.
I'll be here doing my documentation if you ever need to talk on what's happened.
Yep. And Navi leaves with the little Oteg and Darafeta. And you can boot me back to the other place.
Yep.
Ah!
And let me just give Tavy a little ping that they can now speak.
Bork. Bork. Good dog.
Oh, glad I just got water first.
Oh,
Was
something happened. It's
How
not
fucking
known that.
dare.
It's it's fine. Everything's fine.
Yeah, no, it is fine. Everything is fine.
Ah, and I found out what happened to Toll. They got kidnapped by their relative.
Yes,
Mhm.
we found that out a bit ago.
Okay, so we will jump back to what was happening in the manor. Dinner is being prepared.
Dinner.
Breakfast is being prepared,
Jeez.
and people are being woken up. Samuel and Talara are both welcome to the dining room or to eating within their homes if they'd like to.
I mean, we'll join everybody. No reason not to.
Okay, I'm just going to place the dining area. Where did I put Ruby? Where is
He's in your
Where's
nightmares.
Ruby? That's the question of a lifetime right there. Where's Ruby?
Also, Navi, which garden did you go to? Did you go to Tavian's or did you go up
Tavians.
to... Okay. Now we can jump
This
to
is
you
more
after
private.
this dinner.
No need.
Breakfast.
Oh, we'll be jumping to Tavian after that. I can't find Ruby, so let me grab another token for them, because like, where did I put them? Disappeared.
They're in the brother's bed for whatever reason.
Ah! Now I remember what they were doing. Yes.
Oh, so you got all these rooms, and then you got this one that's like wood appointed floors, and it's like just. Anyways, it fits so
Jeez.
well.
Jeeves would get the morning brew prepared for you, Samuel, and Talara, and guide you to the dining area. Head of the house is already sitting, and the lovely Jenny is setting down the plate. Jenny.
Thanks, Jenny.
The cook.
She's the cook, and like
This lady.
yeah, she's made every breakfast except the ones that Swimmer's made.
Well,
Am I
good
being
mo-
educated or something?
Yes.
No, you just said who, so I was like,
No, I said cool.
oh, sorry. I heard who when I think.
I heard that too. Yeah.
My apologies if it sounded that way. I said cool.
It's perfectly fine.
I went cool.
Good morning, everyone. Anything for your schedules today?
Oh wow, it's your body. Is that just me?
No, I heard it too. I mean,
He been,
Not
but
really.
not as bad as it was before.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's causing it. Like,
Did you pay your internet tax?
yes, everything's fine with that. I
Did
turned off the
you-
computer, restarted it.
Did you try deleting System 34?
don't no.
I
Don't
don't
even
know what
joke about that.
I don't know what it is, so no.
Don't ever do it.
It's literally just
That's the
deleting
kind
your
of joke
computer.
that someone's gonna go, I wonder what it does, and does it, and then they fucking break their computer.
Yeah, you gotta. It completely bricks a computer.
Okay. Well,
Yeah,
thankfully,
so
I'm
don't
not
ever do
done
it.
that.
Yeah.
But yes, hopefully I'm coming through clear enough, as the head of the house will speak up. I'll basically go, good morning, everyone. Any plans for the day?
Not really.
Mm. Not unless the crown gets back to me today. More or less relaxing. Maybe get in contact with a few people. Nothing major.
What exactly have you reached over to the crown about?
Oh, turns over to Jenny. Looks at Samuel's gal pal.
Johnny
Business?
just gives a cocked
we-
brow.
He just pinches the bridge of his nose. Okay, moving forward, we're just not gonna come to these. If it's always gonna devolve into something when it should be meetings. Y'all need some order.
In my defense, she points at Mom.
I
She
only
asked what
ask
I
if
was
you-
doing today.
Indeed, I only asked, and there's nothing wrong with asking that question.
I just said that some stuff and things.
Indeed, well, I hope it goes well then. Outside of that, it sounds like everyone's gonna have a peaceful
I
day.
was like, oh, no, I'm just gonna go see with Tavian and check up with him. I don't know why that's secret.
Didn't he want to fight?
Who, Tavian?
I thought I heard he wanted to fight.
I also heard you wanted to take you out somewhere. We can't recall exactly what we overheard.
Huh?
He wanted to take me out somewhere?
Not you, Samuel.
Oh.
Me? That'd be
Fishing?
interesting.
It might have been there.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, distractions keep happening. It's fine.
I mean,
Nothing wrong. Some pleasant distractions.
when you guys do that, you can bring Finn along. He's a rather competent fisherman.
I'd like to think so. He's just shoveling his face with bacon and hash browns at the moment. It does sound like
We'll
we've
see.
got a relaxed day. Wouldn't be wrong for us to go down and check on Tavian, see how he's doing. Didn't come around yesterday, I don't think. Could also check on Navi too. Or maybe Tola.
Yeah, we can just check down there in general, see if there's anything going on. Wouldn't be a bad idea. I also need to get in contact with a few other associates for different matters, but that's different work.
Yo, we're not talking about work right now. That can be handled when it's time to work. Well, that's all nice and pleasant. I was hoping to catch Navi for that portrait I was going to do.
I mean,
I'm
we
sure
can
they'll
all
be around.
go down to their Tavian's place together and see if she's there, and if she's not, you two can go off and visit the markets.
True. We've only glimpsed at the higher portions of the city so far, really. So, is the market part of this sector, or is it slightly further below?
It's middle districts.
Certainly could be fun to visit that place then. See the sights.
Yeah.
Who knows how to recognize some things that's off high above?
Oh, jeez.
The upper districts honestly just tend to be mostly the temple, a few other sites of deific importance, main government buildings. the academy, noble manners like this one. Did that work?
I think that did.
There we go. Well, that fixed it.
Oh, why are
Hello?
we moving here?
That fixed it.
Cool.
Discord is a safe and stable application.
yes, yes,
Well-
it is.
I don't seem to be flashing red and orange anymore, which I'm happy about.
It's so weird. Why does this work?
I don't know, man. All I know is it wasn't working, and then it was.
I moved you to a different voice chat.
Oh,
Maybe
no, it's
it-
starting to cut out again.
It's not doing that anymore for me, so maybe it's moving through district. Maybe the servers are being updated or something right now.
They usually only do that on Tuesdays, right?
That's Steam.
That is Steam.
That's- Well, hopefully it's not too bad. You can still understand us.
Can you, James?
Kinda. It's coming through clear now, but for a second there, I was getting like this weird static.
That's weird.
It is. Let's hope it doesn't go back to being that. Where were we left off? And welcome back, Navi. Talking about seeing the markets and stuff like that.
yes. Alexander was just kind of like, oh, the upper district's boring. There's only like all of these things up here that are like major and big and important people, but also it's like their house and not like entertainment.
True, and I don't think I'd want to just go poking into different noble house. That's bound to cause trouble.
Could certainly be problematic.
Mostly for me, not them.
They might just get a brief whisper from one of their guards saying, hey, there's this lady at the gates trying to get inside.
Don't believe I'm the kind to force my way into anyone's abode. That would be very impolite.
There's necessities, but I understand the impoliteness of doing that without just cause, to say the least.
By your grin, I feel like just cause for you may be very different from my own.
Well, I am an inquisitor.
True. I don't really know much what an Inquisitor does besides upholding the law, but I hear it's important.
We're the first line of defense.
That is important.
Alexandra shrugs. With a smile. We also don't have an official rank outside of the Royal Inquisitor, the head of the Inquisition. And everyone else is supposedly equal, but individuals of merit and skill are awarded more resources at their disposal.
That would be understandable. Well then, as she just starts to cut her fruits and takes bites out of them. Just kind of copying what your mother's doing, as she doesn't really know etiquette, just like taking samples from her over yourself and Ruby who are a bit more hands-on.
Well, Alexandra uses the cutlery and utensils probably more than Ruby, and Finn. But she's not, elbows off the table, prim and proper about it.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. The best example of etiquette would be your mother here, and that's it. No one else on the table is doing that shit.
Yep.
Well, Samuel, are you having proper etiquette while you're eating?
No.
I didn't think so.
The formalities were in like the first few days, but then it's, hey, this is kind of our home base, so he got comfortable.
Yeah,
He's not rude or disrespectful, but he's not proper.
Talara's just experimenting with etiquette with a bit of a humor's sake going on. Especially with literally one person doing it. So, by the sounds of it, we'll be heading down to Tavian once we finish breakfast.
Maybe. Something. Probably.
Doesn't sound like a terrible idea, and I think after that, me and Finn will. Well, I'll do whatever Finn wants to do today. Outside of add to the population.
Outside of checking with Tavian, what else could do? We've been to the circus not too long ago. We could take a walk down the lower district. There's a few folks I usually talk to down there that I haven't seen in a bit. If you don't mind a bit of a walk.
If that's what you want to do.
Yeah, it would be nice to catch up.
Alright. Let's do that. Maybe swing by the Swimmers or Divers Guild. See if there's any
True.
new marks on that pole.
True, I could do that. Surprised you know about those, Mark. I never really talked about the guild. It's kind of nice that you've been taking interest in it.
It's actually a very interesting organization.
It's a rowdy bunch, but everyone looks after each other there.
I like that.
Of course, there's not to say there's no rough housing. Like, if you go there on a certain day, there might be a brawl going on, but no one's gonna break a bottle and go for a stab or anything like that. It's just friendly punches if someone goes out there, pulled to the side.
Although, I do know there are some more illicit and harmful activities some of the individual divers get up to.
Well, I can't say there isn't. Like,
No,
if someone pulls something up that has a name to a family or something and they don't have the connection to do something with it, they'll find someone that's able to fence it for them. After all, if something... I'm not sure about the legality, but I think there's a law that if something comes up and it's tied to a family of a certain kind, like, has direct connections and proof, that has to be handed over.
That is the case. Although I wasn't exactly referring to that kind of operation, more illegal, less morally acceptable.
Well, as long as they're not pulling that stuff to dive a business, then they can keep it to themselves.
Yeah, it's outside the guild hall. I fully understand that, and it's just more of a matter of people be people rather than divers as a group. You know
Yep.
that.
I do. As I said, the basic code of a diver is look after each other. Don't dive too deep if you don't believe you can make it, and don't do anything stupid. Oh, and you have to be able to hold your drink too.
A very important rule.
Yeah, I think there's something like if you can't hold your drink, you can't hold your breath.
Mm-hmm. That's definitely how that works.
Yeah, it sounds right?
Yeah, it's exactly how that works, right, Samuel?
No, you're being condescending.
Well, either way, I'll believe it just so I can get free drinks.
Fair.
I won't argue that one.
Anything else to be said over the dinner? Well, not dinner, the breakfast. Why do I keep I've gone from lunch to dinner and then back to breakfast with this meal.
So, Mom, what are you gonna be up to today?
For myself, well, I've got something to check up on personally, and to finish up the usual paperwork that keeps everything running here.
Fair. Have you checked in with Dad recently?
He is still out on his current mission, which is investigating the certain island outside of some sighting. There hasn't been much outside of that.
That's good. He was absolutely be the type to try and fist fight that damn thing.
He would, but only if he had a plan to make sure it goes through first. He's a bit reckless, but not Ruby reckless.
That's true. Doesn't mean his plans haven't gone to shit more than once.
Well, as the saying goes, no plan survives an encounter with the enemy.
True. If only we had any first-hand experience of what it's like to be a dragon. It'd be weird. Maybe there's a book about that.
Well, from my own research in such a field, it depends entirely on the creature themselves. They are intelligent. Some can be more conniving, while some can be benevolent. Some are very protective, while others are less so and see what they have as more of a means of amusement.
You researched dragons?
I have before, yes.
Is that a dragonborn thing?
You
I
could definitely
mean-
say so.
We're pseudo-kin. It's definitely a fascination.
I guess so.
At least we're not kobolds who worship dragon. Oh, they're amusing when they do that.
The Magnuses. Why do they keep...
Well, on that note, Don't you worship Bahamut?
Who is a dragon? I guess you have a little bit of kobold in you, dear.
Well, I guess either you, well, mainly you would have some explaining to do. If that's the case.
Oh, that would be an amusing thought, but it wouldn't be from my lineage, thankfully. Does that would explain Ruby as they glance over to the tiny child that's currently munching on the plate to try and get all the sauce off it?
That'd be weird. If Tavian's to believe to have gone from human, likely to Dragonborn, some point to Kobold, then back to Dragonborn.
There are spells for stuff like that, but those are usually temporary. It would have been amusing though.
That also wanted to explain why Dad's so... I mean, he's bigger than Finn.
He is quite massive. In several areas. But I don't think you want to hear about that.
I don't know. I'm leaving. I'm leaving now. Goodbye. You shall never see me again. Goodbye. Gonna go to Tavian's. She just leaves.
Ben will scramble to get up and follow along. Bye, dear.
She's literally just like standing there looking at Finn, just like go finish eating. I'm not actually leaving.
He's got his plate in hand.
Oh. Oh, fair enough.
I just lean against the banister and just munch while they're waiting for the others to finish. Jeeves, used to these antics, would come out and just pass him a cup of orange juice, which he'll sip before heading back inside to serve the rest.
How's Samuel taking all this?
I'm just enjoying my food. This is more
I
of a
just pic-
passive thing.
Picture he's just blacking out everything he's hearing from the group. Just like, nah.
Kind of. We're having good times.
We are. Well, breakfast would pass easily enough, with an enjoyable meal from each and every one of you. And is everyone still planning to head down to Tavian's?
Yeah.
In that case, time to drag you guys down to Tavian. Oh, that's not Tavian's. That's it. That's the shop. I'm for sure I had you guys down here. Ah, it's a little bit higher up. There we are. Heading down the canals, going by boat. It wouldn't be too difficult to see their place just set besides the riverway.
I do have my own private boat.
You do. Talara just curiously looking around, taking in the sights of the humble structures built next to the river and slightly sunken in some of the structures.
Bit different than the Fisherman's Court, eh?
I would certainly say so. It's nice and humble, and at least there's no... my words, apologies. At least they're not having a risk of just falling into the water with one wrong step.
No, you still can if you trip over the edge of the canal. But there's, little ladders and steps, so she's just gonna point out a few. So it's not like you're gonna get stuck. You'll just get wet. Alexandra splashes Samuel with the oar. Quagmire looking ass.
I just get a little bit of a giggle from Talara as Samuel gets soaked with water.
Why? He was in his own world, did not know what was happening.
I believe that exactly was why.
I was
have no
enjoying my
idea.
food.
You're still eating?
Some people like to enjoy it, not shovel it into their face.
Fair?
As he slowly, with eye contact, takes another bite.
Sound like mom.
Well, she
She's a
is
wise
proper-
lady, you should listen to her.
She's something.
Anyways, what were we talking about?
Oh, well, we're just arriving at Tavian's place, and I was taking a look at the structure.
Oh,
Isn't he trying to turn this place into a shop of some kind of smith?
I would guess so, though. He really should get a sign if he's doing that.
He really should.
I mean, if it works for him. You know, it's a process. You can have everything at once.
There is a sign. We've been over that.
Rose Malls,
Oh,
Ricky
there's a-
Crafts.
There's a sign right there. Are you blind?
Literally just says the Rosen Mall.
Come on, Alexandra. Inquisitor, huh? I
The,
won't apologize.
the Rosen Mall.
It's not great.
I thought that was street name.
It kind of makes me. Yeah, it's either a street name or a tavern. That's the feeling I'm getting from.
Yeah.
I wonder if
There's
he's had any customers just walk through the door and call out, "I'd like an ale," before they realise it's not that.
You know, most people see the giant fucking forge out front.
I mean, if it was a tavern and owned by Tavian, like Tavian's Tavern has that just alliteration, would be a good name.
The double T's.
Yeah.
I feel
Maybe-
like that's built up to be some kind of dad joke right there, but I can't think of one.
Are these morons just outside the front of my shop talking?
Yes, yes they are.
Well, Finn, the reason why you can't come up with the dad joke yet is because you're not a dad yet.
True.
Give it time.
I'm sure it'll come to me eventually. So what do we do? There's multiple doors here. Do we go around the back? Do we knock on a window? Just
I'm.
open the door?
I think kicking in the door or knocking on a window would be the best. Let's go with knock on a window.
Alright.
This is a great option.
He goes
no
over
front
to
door?
this.
There is
There's
door.
multiple
Yeah,
doors.
he
It's
goes-
the issue of-
Alright,
There's two doors. Yeah, there's.
I pound on the front door.
Yeah.
There's 2 doors, and Finn shows the window. Just please let this play out.
As Finn goes over to the window and he just sees Tavian holding up a single middle finger eating a slice of toast, and then Samuel goes to beat the door in, which is unlocked, so it just opens when he hits it.
Thaumaturgy.
Boom!
Flame that bitch open.
Yeah, you walk into Tavian sitting on this stool with a piece of toast in his mouth, flipping off Finn through the window.
I think he's
That
got an itch on his finger. He's doing some strange gesture with it.
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
That was gonna take far too long, so.
That's fair.
You could have just opened the fucking door. Hey guys.
I gestured to the door I just opened.
With a bit of the thaumaturgy, it bursts open and slams against the side, and a dramatic display showing Samuel in his heroic self.
Ta-da!
Tired ass self.
Yep, heroic and those bags under his eyes.
You're just. What do you guys, got the whole gang here? Shit, we doing something today?
Just checking in and then dispersing.
Things are not great.
I mean, I wanted to ask you a few questions, and
Plenty of stools.
I would like a stool, yes.
He just motions over to the setup table. He is eating by himself.
Walk around and sit down.
Finn just looks at the sandwich and looks around to see if there's any leftovers.
Yeah, there's plenty of
Thought he had
leftovers.
breakfast, but he's sniffing around for more.
Did he prepare a full thing, but only he showed up?
It looks like there's at least a plate set up for Tola that has not been touched.
He pokes it, sees a bit cool now for how long it's been sitting, but I'll take a nibble.
Just blink.
Finn, you have to ask.
He said there's
did.
plenty of leftovers.
Yeah, I don't think she's waking up anytime soon.
That's unfortunate, but understandable. It's been going clothes shopping, I think, tired her out.
That or looking into the magical mirror that shows you your true self may or may not have made her grow horns and her tail get thicker and her skin go red.
There's a mirror that shows you your true self.
Yeah.
That did that to her?
Yeah. All it did to me was show me the different forms swirling about.
The fuck is that?
The Magnus has it. It's in his room of swirling death.
Oh, hello. I thought of getting something for me and the little one. As Lynn peeks her head in.
Oh, of course.
Oh, hey, Lynn.
Is she hungry? I still don't. I've tried to ask her how that works, and she won't describe that. Or are you talking about Darlafella?
Yes, Darvella.
Alright, I have some raw meat back there, back room on the table.
Maybe something as well for Tina as well. I've seen them consuming stuff. I'm
Yeah,
not
here.
sure how that works, and she just strokes her tummy and just says it feels nice. So I'll just let her be.
Yeah, I'm not gonna question that. Here, I just hand Lynn the rest of my food.
Oh,
Yeah, just take that to her and that should be fine, I think. That should be fine.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Is everything going okay in here? There's a lot of you here.
No, it's been a night. You saw what happened to Navi, so there's that.
What happened to Navi?
She didn't really explain. I just woke up and was staring at antlers. So.
What?
man, I had a very long night. I am emotionally destroyed. And I didn't really sleep well.
He's also furry now. I just motions to the ears.
I was gonna joke about that, but there seems to be a lot more going on.
Yeah, there is. There usually is, but that's fine. I think Tola's just exhausted. Navi's just Navi, because that tracks. And well, you guys are here, so I'm assuming there was either something you needed, wanted, or just checking up. Hey,
Just
Samuel.
generally checking up on friends and companions. Hey, Sam.
Hi. What?
I said hi to everybody else, but you and Talara, was it?
Yes.
I need to remember your name. I'm still getting used to that. Once again, I look different. Don't expect this to stick.
I'm just thinking you're a shapeshifter at this point.
Kinda is.
Your guess is as good as mine.
He just doesn't really have control of it, but he's a very good boy.
So is he like a baby shapeshifter then? Still not used to...
No, I used to be human. We've been over that.
Just
Oh,
make sure you
yes,
don't give him
I
the-
believe you, dear. Truly, I do.
It's okay.
The voice is full of skepticism.
Skepticism. Yeah, just
Yep.
That's fine.
He used to be human, and then he was like some undead thing, and now he's this.
To be fair, this is a lot better than the undead thing.
I mean, yeah. You can, like, taste food and
I could do that
get
before.
flustered.
I couldn't do that.
well,
that was weird.
I'm just going to take the food into the back, and if you need Navi, she's back there with us. So
Yeah.
Yeah, go.
If
Navi
Go
is
ahead and
back.
if you want to send her in.
Hi.
I'll ask if she wants to come and speak to everyone. I'll just be back in a moment, maybe. Bye. And just rushes off with a stammer. She peeks into the back. Navi. Lynn has returned.
Yeah.
With food.
Mhm.
Um,
Sure.
I'm sure you already heard, but the entire group is in the living room. If you want to go and speak to them.
I had.
How are you feeling with
It's strange. Not like new, but like forgotten. If that makes sense.
Not really, but a little bit at the same time.
Does not feel odd, just remembering parts of me that
That you'd forgot.
so the others are
Oh
inside?
yeah, yes, they're all here.
She gets up and starts skipping inside.
And Lynn goes into babysitting mode. Now, please describe what they see as you burst into the area with Samuel and everyone in.
Just poof, right through the door. Hiya! You see Navi, except Navi used to stand at like 4'11", now stands at 5'6", with 8-inch horn antler something. Cross between the two, perhaps? Something on her head. And her limbs are longer.
Yeah, kind of like that. She looks kind of like
So
that.
Samuel goes, "What the fuck?"
Yeah, that's what I woke up to.
That
And you can see what Taven was
Uh,
talking about, because her antlers basically encompass the entirety of where his face is
Uh,
in height comparison, and her antlers end a little bit above his head.
Hi, Navi.
Hiya.
Great.
That sounds like mischief.
Yep.
She smiles.
Will you like some of this sandwich? Finn just offers.
Ooh! She takes it, and then puts it on your nose, Finn.
Sniffs before opening his jaws and just chop.
Like watching him go cross-eyed like a dog trying to focus on a treat being placed on their snout.
Exactly. He
That
does this whole like wiggle of the snout thing
Mhm.
before flicking and chomping down.
And she giggle.
and that's why I have whipped cream.
I did not personally need to know that.
It's tasty.
All right, well, it was a pleasure seeing all of you again. Get the fuck out of my. No, I'm joking. It's been a night, and yeah. So game plan. We getting
Oh,
back
by
into
the way,
business.
Tavian, your taxes are all in order, by the way.
What are taxes?
Oh shit! I was just about to get somebody to. All right, thanks. I was gonna hire somebody for that.
Yeah, what?
the tax season was like. Yeah.
Taxes are a thing that people with lots of money like to make you give them
Why?
because they like to own more.
And it's because the taxes that you pay are supposed to go to fixing up the broken parts of the city, which they do. However, Finn.
Love you just blinks.
Why
Never-
not just fix the broken things?
Because we have to pay people with skill and the expertise to do so.
Why not just work together to make a better place?
Because
And everybody gets what they need?
oh, that's because people are more or less a little bit greedier than they should be. You got a couple bad apples ruining the bunch there, Navi.
That sounds like commie
Ugh.
talk.
What's Kami?
I don't know.
Isn't that part of that one cult that got wiped out?
If they were,
Yeah.
if they were a cult, they probably deserved it.
Not
The,
just make communism a cult.
It
Stalinists.
is. It fucking is a cult,
In
though.
the game!
Yeah, but
In the game!
it's a cult in real life too. Anywho,
Mhm.
anywho, yeah,
Mhm.
no, but long story short, taxes need to be paid so that way things get fixed. Because the way that the economy works requires people to get paid for labor.
I'm just going to pretend like it's just greedy people taking my money.
Well, through technicality, my taxes and your taxes both kinda fund a lot of the things we do.
I guess so.
Well, so
Like, there's government subsidies to the Divers Guild.
I didn't know the city paid for that.
A bit, yeah. Not all of its income, but, you know, a chunk of it. Hence why you're supposed to give over heirlooms and the such to... and dangerous artifacts.
Yeah. While you're doing that, Finn's just wiggling in their seat slightly, trying to reach behind their backs. This itch is being a pain in the ass. But yeah, that sounds a lot more complicated than it.
Mischief, did you do the thing again?
Huh?
The thing where you make him itchy.
Thing.
You rub your stick on him.
I don't know my stick.
Squints.
I just
Holds out her hands.
Stick's in the yard.
I turn Finn over and
you-
I look at his back.
Perception roll.
A perception roll for staring at his back.
There's a lot there.
There is a lot of back.
I mean, I'll roll it, but that's just such a weird thing to roll for. Oh, that's the GM. I need to fix that.
By different parts of his anatomy.
Yeah. I got a fucking 8, I guess.
You also get destroyed by different parts.
No, I don't.
don't.
Like
This
both of you are just trying to search for where he's reaching towards. You see, he's trying to. At very least, you see he's trying to reach for the back where his pants are pulled up, like on the lower part of his spine.
Hey,
Okay, that looks like a whole lot of not my problem. Davian
Hey.
loops.
hey, Gary.
Yes.
Is Finn too muscly? He can't reach like the center of his back.
Yes.
Yes.
I
Yes,
fucking
he
hate
is.
that. I fucking hate that you said that. I have that issue. Fuck you.
I have used that against him as mischief before.
Yeah. We've already established that is the case.
God, I think I complained about that also
Yes, you
last
did.
time. I remember that. Just
Well,
go fuck
You got
yourself.
mad at me because you're like, that is a personal attack on myself.
It is. Fuck you.
I think me and Finn will go deal with Finn's situation here, and I guess I'll do the original plan I had today, and then swing by the Magnus's place to check up on whatever the fuck type of Mir can cause. Gesturing around, just in the general direction, Anavi.
Yeah, I'm heading back there myself. Are you sure you want to do that? Because once you do it, I think you're stuck that way.
Doesn't sound like she plans on using it.
Navi, when have you known
Hmm?
Alexander to see something of power and not touch it? She drank from the
Oh,
well
that is a good
twice.
point. That is a good point.
Mm-hmm.
Technically, it was 3 times. Just the third time hurt.
Yeah, I don't.
Why do you think I'm so power hungry? All of you.
It's because you're a red dragon.
And I never said you were
I
power hungry. I just
am
thought you were
not.
curious.
I am very curious, although I do
Mhm.
not. I do not plan to touch the boiling water this time to see if it's hot.
You don't plan to, but you're gonna.
No, I planned to do that once. I was little.
Yeah, I plan on going back and fiddling with the mirror again myself. But not
Oh.
right now.
Talara will also speak up. And I was personally wondering if I could do your portrait, Navi, like we discussed. But you seem a bit too energetic, and are you
Yeah,
still
maybe
wanting
another day.
to?
Maybe another
Hmm.
day.
Yeah, you don't want to try that right now.
I feel like she won't be able to sit still long enough. But
She
very
won't.
curious on these changes.
Forest spirit,
Wanna feel my
remember?
horn?
She
what was
skips
that?
over. She says, "Do you want to feel my horn?" And then skips over and sticks her head in the girl's face, basically.
That gets a chuckle as, well, I don't see why not. She looks between the two horns for a moment before just reaching out and brushing a finger along them. And
It-
you can feel a sensation from the
Mhm.
touch.
Mm-hmm.
These are not horns that have no
Mm-hmm.
sense of touch to them.
Antler, more like
These are not the horns you're looking for.
these are more like antlers than horns. So, in that manner.
They're a bit shiny and very smooth.
It's so cool.
An amber gold color to them too. It's very
Mm.
pretty.
She skips away and skips around the table.
Oh yeah, Finn, you still owe me like 100 platinum.
Wait, what?
Right, we did just get paid. I'll reach into his bag for his share of that loot, and we'll just pull out the 100 and pass it over.
Alexandra stops him for a second, staring at Tavian.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Why?
I'm not supposed to tell you, so I'm not gonna tell you. You kinda don't get to know.
She kind of looks at Finn.
He just
Tavian,
arches a brow and shrugs his shoulder.
Navi giggles loudly.
Uh-huh. 100 plat.
yes.
I'm assuming that's a friend and family discount.
I'm not charging him
No.
for this whatsoever.
That's terrifying.
Though I should be.
To be fair, though, this is a lot of money. This is more money than I've ever seen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's part of the reason why I'm not charging you for this work. It's just the materials you require is ridiculous.
Yep, that 100 plat is set before you,
Mm-hmm.
glistening in all its glory.
Fairness, Tavian.
Mm-hmm. Oh, trust me, I know exactly how extra and fine taste you have.
Thank you for your...
Go on, say it.
Thank you for a lot you've done that you didn't really have to.
Yeah, what are friends for? Right, well,
Guess that's...
I'm gonna put this away, and he just sticks it in like a little safe underneath the desk there where the food is. Just a lockbox. That'll be for later. Did you ever decide on a specific stone, or do you want to keep that secret too?
Have you
think I'll wait outside and deal with this itch. By the way, hey Navi! Tavian, out of respect for your house, I'm not gonna break your windows. She's gonna walk over and pick up Navi.
What the?
And she... Where's your back door?
He just
Uh,
like. Okay.
Navi turns into a mouse and runs away.
And Samuel, I'm not sure if you're looking into roll 20, but you saw what you saw.
I was not looking at roll 20. Interesting.
Alexandra will just put 5 points on the line, hands it to herself and Finn before just sighing and stepping outside, giving Tavian a pat. Giving Finn a peck on the cheek and Tavian a pat on the shoulder.
Is she hunting the mouse down, or is she giving up him?
She's
confused.
hunting the mouse down. So Finn.
He's going to kill Navi.
She's not going to kill Navi. I don't
How do
think
you
she.
know?
Because she couldn't.
You don't know that.
I do. Navi's the scariest person amongst us.
He gives you a glare.
If she keeps having those growth spurts, though, she might get bigger than us.
Mm-hmm.
That'll be interesting.
Yeah.
I-
Fucking Samuel glares, just nods, and it's like, Samuel, it's okay. You're the second scariest.
I say we're tied, but sure.
I mean, you did blow me up that one time.
You haven't even seen everything I can do.
That's fair. And, I mean, to be fair, I'm gonna keep my cards close to my chest for a little while. Things are going back to how they should be for me. So I should be more used to the rest of you soon. Things are starting to suck a lot less. So next time we get in a scrape, maybe I'll be able to be a little more terrifying. We'll see. Oh.
We'll see.
Speaking of which, the two of
I
you
guess-
are here. Any kind of metalworking you need done?
Not for me.
You sure?
Can't really say I need anything of that sort myself either.
That's fair. I could give you a scruff up on some armor. I've been working on some full plate. Can you even wear full plate,
I don't-
Samuel?
No.
No. Okay.
And I don't really wear armor at all.
Well, I mean,
Her
I-
charm is her armor.
I would feel bad. Absolutely. Well, in that case, if you ever decide you want something like a candelabra or something, maybe a candle stand for the room, you can just hit me up. If not, well, Samuel, need an upgrade to your armor, your weapons, not your mace. You have a fondness for that. Think your shield's still holding up. No need to
Yep.
get it refitted.
No, I'm good.
All right. Well then, Finn, how's your dusters doing?
I think they're doing fine.
Alright. I mean, I'm a smith. If I wasn't checking up on the equipment, I don't think I'd be doing my job well.
Well, thankfully there's nothing that could really... They're just pieces of metal, so
Well,
you hit things with them.
so far everything I've crafted has taken a magical touch on my end, so doesn't hurt to keep a check on your stuff.
No, my stuff is good. But I'm
Yeah.
not. I appreciate you checking.
Of course. We still need to go fishing sometime, and I guess, I mean, if Tola ever gets to feeling better, maybe her and Talara here could, I don't know. Tola seems kind of lost emotionally right now, so she might need a little help with that.
Sounds like you should help her.
I've been trying, but there's only so much I know how to do. And any advice on that end would be great. Not from you,
Tola-
big guy. Pat.
Yeah, I was just going to suggest making her her favorite food if you know it.
I do. It's literally anything with egg.
Well, make her an omelette then to try and cheer her up.
I'm
You
gonna
could even do that whole thing of getting some ketchup and drawing a image on top of it. It's a little get well soon kind of thing.
I've actually not heard of that. People are putting ketchup on omelets now? Honestly, that doesn't sound that bad.
Oh, it could be ketchup, it could be mustard, it could be soy sauce.
Okay, everything until the word soy sauce.
What are all of these things?
Condiments. Samuel, you put it on food.
I've never heard of soy sauce.
Really?
It's something that comes from the north. I've only tried it once. It was very sweet and I liked it.
Yeah, I've tried a bunch of different foods ever since I woke up here. So, had soy sauce, something called teriyaki. I don't know. A lot of the condiments are good.
What the hell is that?
It's another kind of condiment. It's another type of thing like ketchup.
Okay. DM,
Yes.
what is our food culture in the South?
I would say the full culture is on the south is. Considering how many exotic creatures are down there, I think it would be very diverse. Probably instead of condiments like we're talking of, you use a lot more spices down there.
So it's like Indian, almost.
Almost.
Indian, Thai.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Mexican
we
food.
like our spice, not our sauce.
Huh.
Okay. The only thing I know of is like spices.
I mean,
We don't really use condiments.
And I can't really say that I've had the opportunity to try much of those things myself.
I guess I know what we're doing today.
I've got a couple bottles in the back if you want some, or, well, I mean, if you're gonna go out and get food all over the place, there's a couple of good places over there in the market district.
Yeah, we're heading that way.
Well, I'll give them recommendations, GM. You take care of the actual places. I don't know, because that's your pure view. I don't want to sit there and just go, oh yeah, there's this half orc and like that wears a sushimi hat that likes to do teriyaki. No, I give them locations.
There is some locations in the market area, the main market square in fact, that would have food.
Mhm.
So it certainly is possible. There's like a kebab stand.
Like a fucking yakitori stand.
Yeah, there's a stand that uses all kinds of meats and makes all kinds of different things.
Yakitori is skewered grilled meat.
That would be exactly the kind of thing they do sell. Yeah, let me just get the guy's name. So you would be wanting to speak to Azakar the Butcher. That's the name.
Okay.
And let me think. I'll just double check to see if there's any other cooks. Oh, there is. There is also. There's also Bryce, who has their own little bakery, which has their own mix of food stuff. So there's two food places there. One to get your meat, one to get your baked goods. A wide selection.
Excellent.
For those that are looking to roll 20, you have been given messages.
Have I been given another one?
Yep. You should have at least.
It didn't boop me. I just stare at it. I mean, Alexandra's not here, so you have a rat problem. I leave.
I guess that is pretty common. Actually, they're not really common.
Well, I open the door for Talara. I'm not just leaving.
Yeah, Talara just glances in the direction you were looking at, spots the crate. It's like, I heard they're a delicacy over some places as she starts to stand up looking at the mouse.
Probably in the north. But, pretty sure if you took a bite out of them, you would get way more than you bargained for.
Oh, I'm not gonna take a bite out of something still alive. That'd be a horrible thing to do.
When she comes to the doorway, he's just gonna lean over and just say, "That's Navi."
Oh, I would not want to get a. Oh no. As she steps on out and just whispers back to you, I would not want to get a fake curse on me. So thank you for the warning.
Of course. I said something because it's funny. Moving out. Do I see Alexandra?
She is currently to the side, practicing throwing an axe. The looks of it. Into the little testing areas there, going back and forth, picking them up.
Boy,
Boy?
she's inside.
Who? Oh, Navi?
Yep.
I'm not.
Good luck.
I ain't really worried about that, but have fun, you two.
Yeah, we're gonna go get exotic food. Have you ever heard of soy sauce?
I have?
I haven't, so this will be new.
Oh. I'll enjoy.
Thank you.
Have it with some, fish and rice.
I was told to do, like, meat.
Fish is a type of meat.
I mean, like chicken, pork, not fish. Fish is seafood.
True
Meat,
enough.
but it's a meat, sure, but it comes from water. I'm talking about land meat.
You can with that.
As
It's
opposed
really
to
up to your
sky meat.
personal taste. Sky meat.
Did she actually laugh at that?
She kinda.
She did. Sky Meat got a giggle from Alexander by the sounds of it.
You've never had duck?
I actually haven't had duck, no.
So there's duck, quail, pheasant. Technically, you can kind of
I've
count
had
chicken.
seagull.
I mean, seagull is a sky meat.
It's just kind of silly sounding. Sky meat. Sea meat. Land
Well-
meat.
Well, it does very clearly state where the kind of meat is coming from.
I guess that's true.
Thank you.
What about turtles?
Wouldn't that be
Depends
a
on the
sea
turtle.
Oh, there's more than one kind.
That's a
Oh
couple.
yeah. There's land turtles. They're called tortoises. They
What
can't
about,
go in
like,
water at all.
Turtles that can go on land and the sea.
I did not
Where do they
know
spend
that.
more of their time?
I don't know. I'm not a botanist.
I've only seen
There
the
are-
kind that occasionally gets fished up and eaten from the sea.
I can do some turtle soup. Well, don't let me hold you two up. Have fun.
Oh, we certainly will. And do you enjoy your practice?
I'm just waiting for Finn.
Ah, I don't think he's aware that you're waiting for him.
I don't mind.
I think she knows that too.
Delara just shakes her head of faint amusement and takes your arm. Well then, let's go see what these treats are like.
Of course.
And as you're heading off, Tavian, there's suddenly a Navi on the table again. Which causes Finn...
On the table.
Well, yeah, on the stool.
But
Which
Navi,
would cause...
a mouse did hop up onto the stool and then turn into a Navi.
Which will cause Finn to jump for a moment before realizing it's you. Oh,
A giggle.
oh, that's a neat trick you have. Actually, he's gonna lean in, try and speak in whispers, but he's just not able to do it. I heard Tavian and Samuel's gonna go fishing at some point. You should definitely go into fish mode when they do that and just
Ooh.
do something.
How far away am I? I'm
Um,
very perceptive, and he's not trying to be. He's not very quiet.
yep, I'll just say roll perception. He's not quiet, but at the same time, you are walking away from the building.
Dice gods, dice gods. This is the one time.
Come on, you can
It
do
ain't
it,
happening.
nice lads.
It ain't happening.
Mischief has altered the fates in their favor.
She should hear in her head. The cat will go.
I don't know what you're talking about. She's done nothing to you today.
Today. But I'm gonna say that the changes look a little bit nice on you, Navi. You can even give
you.
people a solid headbutt now. Just be careful if you're wearing clothes. They look like you get a bit stuck with them.
It's okay.
She's
What?
she's sitting on the stool and just doing the little leg kicks. Just happy to be just happy to vibe. Just happy to hang out. With a smile.
Yeah,
Definitely
which
not
is,
watching Finn squirm.
yeah, he's still squirming and trying to find that damn leaf, and I've been rolling perception check for him, and have not rolled above a 10 yet. So he's just wiggling, trying to find this leaf with his tail moving back and forth.
Oh, hey Tavian, I got a question.
He is
Hey.
not there apparently.
Tavian Boogaloo. The Tea Meister.
James.
James! Oh no.
James.
Oh.
Oh, James.
Okay,
Oh,
he's probably
Tola.
gone. He's probably gone.
Somebody joined, not left.
Oh, I moved him to a different chat to see if it would like
I'll make him
get him out of
aware.
his trance.
Usually he lets us know before he does something, so it's a bit weird.
No, he gets up a lot.
This is
But
fine.
yeah, there'll be a moment of just snapping fingers in front of him before Finn will just glance over. I think he's going to want his head for a bit. Maybe he's dreaming of Tola.
That's okay. I can wait.
While he's like this, Finn will just slide over the plate with the grease and sauce stains on it and point to his face. You know you want to.
uh, she'll kind of like pick a branch off herself, dip it in the grease, and then draw on Finn's face.
What are you drawing on his face?
Just a smiley face.
I'll hold still for it like you would if someone was painting your face.
Oh, if he's holding still, then I'm gonna do like full butterfly.
And when it looks like you're done, he's going to stand up and search the house for a mirror to see what you've done. And then you just hear echoing from down the hall like, "Oh, it's cute." And Tavian is still not back.
Nope. This is fine.
Okay, we'll have the little walk over to the market area with Samuel. Let me just drag you guys up there. There we go. Let me see if I can find the music for this area. It's not Pop Goes the Weasel, that's tempting for humor's sake.
Pop goes the weasel, motherfucker. What the fuck is that noise?
That was just so I could wake up Tavian.
No, he dead.
Ah, here we go. Also, can you have a perception roll for you, Samuel, as you head off with Talara in arm with you?
19.
I'm not a
Now give me an act. 19.
You hear.
Sorry, I had to go take care of the wife. She is not doing good. She is the sick.
Aw, poor her.
Out of nowhere.
Double it and give it to the next person.
That's a great idea. I should double it and give it to the next person. And then when I get it,
I'm sorry.
When I get it, I'll triple it, and give it to the one after that.
My bad. I don't know why, but that made me laugh.
It was clever. It's also pretty quick on the draw, which made it a little funnier.
Okay, Samuel, as you're heading off to have this little visit to the marketplace, you would find, following behind you, a band of little adorable rodents of various different types, marching behind you like avid soldiers. Very fancy little walks as they follow along.
I'm upset.
They're positively strutting their stuff as Talara herself hasn't noticed them yet.
We're being followed by vermin.
Oh? She'll glance behind. Oh, aren't they just adorable? Well, that's
Talars,
definitely...
you're saving. I just want to say, Talars, you're saving grace, Navi. If it wasn't for her, they'd be fucking dead. They'd be gone.
Oh,
They wouldn't exist anymore. They'd be gone. But she said they're adorable, so they have to stay.
no, I'd definitely say it's not normal for them to pose like that.
Oh
As you
no,
know,
that's Navi doing it. It's. She's just feeling herself today, I guess.
you did call her mischief, so I guess she's in the mischievous mood.
Yes, that is. It's funny because she didn't even call me her best friend, which normally she would. So it's a
Maybe-
little odd. It's out of character.
She also had grown horns and was experiencing a growth spurt. Maybe she's feeling a little bit more... Actually, no, she's not feeling more mature as they glance over to one rodent that's for some reason doing a certain JoJo pose. Just like,
I don't.
yes, definitely not.
I don't know the JoJo pose.
There's many of them.
Exactly. So you're gonna saying JoJo pose means nothing.
That's the thing. It's whatever you imagined in that moment when I said that. That's the pose it's doing.
Did that rat get up and T pose?
Yes.
Fuck. So that one's Navi.
No, they're all showing off in various ways.
So this is bringing attention to me in a city, and I don't want attention on me.
Well, they're only small. If we pick up the pace, they won't be able to keep up with us.
No, they're persistent. Right.
Well, we have two destinations. We can see either the area for meat or the bakery. And I'm sure we can close the door behind us and they're not going to be able to follow us there. If you need
They're
them.
rats. They can get in anywhere.
That's true, and I don't think the owners would like having sudden... Honestly, I'm surprised there's even rodents around here. At least in this number.
Any city's got rodents. I'm sure the settlement you were on had rodents too. They come from ships.
True, but they were limited as it was out to sea, not out on land. They're a bit more commonplace. Though I guess with how big this kingdom is, it would make sense as quite there's lots of little hidey holes.
Man. You can't dispel magic it because it's only going to get rid of one of them. That's upsetting.
Maybe we could distract them by getting some food and giving it as an offering?
No, it's magic.
Um,
So this has this is awful. I hate this. This isn't pranks are one thing. This puts a gigantic impact and burden on our day.
well, how about we take one of the boats and we go by that route? They are land animals, and I don't think they can move very fast if they do go into the water.
Or just kill them.
I hope not.
You know, it's always an option. Sure. Boat's a good idea. We can try it.
Well, the boat ride isn't that expensive. It'll just be a couple of coppers to get from where you are to the market area.
I'll give them a silver if they make sure that none of those rats get on the boat. Actually, no. I'll give them a gold to make sure none of those rats get on the boat.
There would be quite a few hands that would join to make sure none of them get up, even picking them up if they needed to with their bare hands.
Yep.
Some of them would even shove them in their pockets just to be sure. Because
Yeah.
a gold worth is a lot.
Yeah, that's gonna be divided between them. That's a nice little tip. So. And yeah, we're gonna use that as a way of getting the fuck away from these things so we can actually enjoy our day. Lars, your saving grace. Everything go quiet?
Oh, I just replying to a message. Okay, so the action is done to keep them from getting on as they try and scurry up to get into the water and so forth. And eventually, you get in the boat together and begin to just go off towards the market.
Right on.
As this is happening, we'll have a brief jump back to the others. Is Tavian is still here?
Yeah, of course I'm still here.
Okay, because Navi wanted to have a conversation with you.
Oh, cool.
Oh, it is.
I never stop living.
Well, I was trying to talk to you. And then I painted a butterfly and Fenn's face. It was funny.
Nice. Sorry, I'm just
hey.
zoning out a bit.
It's okay. I just had curiosity.
She holds out a leaf.
Can you sniff this?
Alright, I'll bite. I ain't got nothing better to do. He sniffs the leaf.
Hey DM. What does Wolfsbane do to this form?
That is a good question.
This form is based on divinity and the wolf, so shrug?
I actually have an idea. Let me just roll a con save for me just to see.
It's one of my better saves, but
She's not. I will specify.
Oh,
She's not
shit.
letting you touch it, and she's not letting you like do
my
more
saves
than
are
just
con and intelligence.
smell, which is a very, 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 very tiny dose. She's not expecting it to do more than make you sneeze, if anything.
Yeah, 18 there, DM.
You feel your nose tickle almost as if you've taken a lot of pollen in, almost, I guess, a slight allergic reaction, but you're able to brush through it.
It's been a minute since I've been allergic to anything. And he just kind of sticks a thumb on one side and just kind of blows his nose into a napkin. Just
Neat. She pulls the leaf away.
It's only a very slight one. That check was basically to see how much it would affect you. It's only a very slight one. Kind of like if people that get grass allergicness, if they get it on their skin, just a slight rash or something of that nature.
So like somebody taking a handful of like black pepper and sniffing it as apparently a father. Like if a dad takes a handful of pepper, he'll sneeze, kind of thing.
Yeah.
And just. not anything smells kind of like. I've smelt wolfsbane before. Yeah, it's just
Mhm.
wolfsbane.
Yeah, I was curious because you got the wolf ears.
Ah, well. I do, I suppose. Hearing is weird with these ears.
Yeah?
Yeah. Well, the other ones are gone. He lifts up the sides of his hair and the
Oh,
other ears
that's
are gone.
weird.
Yeah, you don't get two sets of ears.
I mean, well,
Lynn,
I guess that makes sense.
Lynn doesn't have 2 sets of ears, does she?
I don't know. I never really look.
It's your daughter.
She's entitled to her own privacy.
That's fair. She's a full-grown adult, so that tracks. Need to take mine back up there to the manor. I don't think I want her to be here when Tola wakes up, because I don't think she needs the stress of it.
Are you guys okay?
I mean,
'Cause I know we went through some interest. It was weird.
it's not done anything to me, and I'm kind of hoping it does.
Well, what have you been doing?
I've been analyzing, trying to figure out what's in there, seeing the different strands, just
Just watching? Just looking?
trying to figure it out, yeah.
Follow it.
There's so much to follow, Navi. I'm
Pick
sorry.
one.
There's a couple of avenues I want to go.
Pick one.
Why does it have to be
Can
one?
You can always pull back and try again.
But what if the changes are permanent?
I don't think permanent is the word for it.
What if I stabilize into one of the forms I dislike, like the bone one?
So don't follow one of those. So don't follow those.
Not quite sure which ones are which.
Well, what are you seeing?
Strands. Flowing and changing. Different colors. Not really
What are the colors?
feelings, just colors.
One of the colors.
Well, he will go through and describe them to her, because I, James, do not want to have to go back and look for the notes. Not right this second anyways, but when I asked about it last time, you said I was not sure what is what, if I remember correctly.
Yep.
Yeah, so I've got no clue which things are where.
Well, then you won't know what is what until you start following.
So basically, just jump in blindly.
Maybe not blindly. Try feeling them.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Oh, no, but then again, when has anything really made sense when dealing with me since I woke up? Or dealing with you ever?
She gets up, sits on the table, pokes you in the gut.
Follow your gut. When you look at one of the strands, try to feel about it.
Alright, I mean, it's not worse advice than what I've been doing, I guess.
And if you start to follow one and you don't like it, you can just pull back.
Alright.
Your form's even more wishy-washy than mine is, so maybe you'll go through different changes.
If I had to say the forms that I'd like to grasp hold of, I think this one and the one that was closest to my original.
Mm-hmm.
Because I like the yellow hair, but I prefer the white. Plus,
While that is going on,
yeah, go ahead.
Just leave off with.
I can try to help you if you like.
Take all the help I can get.
Her feet kind of kicking off the side of the table.
You wanted to move on there, Gary. Move on.
it was less that, it was just there was a break there, so I'll say Finn would eventually find the leaf and
Ha!
discard it. Then go outside while scratching their butt with a grumble.
You have a butterfly on your face.
Oh, I do. Now they painted it with some of the grease left over on the plate.
I can tell.
It's cute.
It's something. You definitely look like a snack.
Ah, thank you.
Very greasy snack.
Well, I don't have any sleeves to wipe it off or anything, so unless you want to lend me yours.
She just pulls out a pocket square. She has one ready just for Finn.
It's used, it's cleaned off. The scale is glistening slightly, but most of it comes off.
Scale polish.
The glisten isn't bad.
I think you wanted to speak to the golden guy.
After you do what you want to do, or we do what you get what I mean.
Gonna go down, check with Gibbs.
Hmm.
A few people I know, just... We can go do that. Shouldn't take too long.
It will take as long as you need it to.
And so he'll go towards your boat.
Oh,
Get
Finn,
in.
by the way,
Yeah?
she smacks him on the ass
Hey, that's still itchy. Ah,
and puts 5 points in hands as she does it.
and then the itchiness fades with that now the leaf is gone. Oh, that's much better. So now it's tingly.
Mm-hmm.
He rubs his butt as he goes, takes his seat.
Off to the adventures we go.
You guys will be going down to the deepest reaches of the city.
Yep.
So, who would like to go first? Samuel or Alexandria?
Not it.
I can go.
In that case, I'm gonna drag. Where did I put you? There we are. Just pretend it's daytime and not night that is very clearly on this map. I also need to get rid of the mobs. Two. Is the music playing?
Music sounds like it's playing to me.
Yep.
Okay, that is not what I wanted. That was
Yeah.
unnerving. I was
Yeah,
like,
it was.
wait a minute.
Hey, who you killing?
There we go. So you would pull up to these very tight and narrow passages in the deeper reaches. There is no light that really reaches this part of the city, as the structures themselves has blocked up any of the sun from reaching it, casting a gloom over it. Wooden beams connect alleyways and twisting parts above you and below, along with just hanging bits of cloth that have just been set outside to dry. Some lines appear empty, as if someone has just stolen some of the fabric and run off with it. Now let's see, I wanted to see Gibbs. Wanted to check if Milo's around. Who else? How often would you say that you, as Alexandra, have been down here?
Well, just following Finn where he wants to go, basically.
Yeah, I was just asking how much have you think you've been in this area before?
Way down here, not. No. Like, she'll only go down to this area if, like, she would only go to the Divers Guild or to visit Finn. That was all. She is not interested in exploring this part of town.
Understandable. Finn would guide the way with practice on the very rickety and creaking passageways. Just passing by a stumbling drunk. Terry, good to see you. Continuing on. Getting on this boat and just pushing it further forward until it crashed into this one. And just walking across this. It's as if he's done that a ton of times before. Oh,
She's
yeah.
baffled by this place.
It's a bit of a tricky thing to get used to traveling here, but you get the hang of it once in a while.
Uh-huh.
Just glances over to the lady on the bridge they're going by. Tracy, stop crying on the bridge and get a drink or something. You never leave that spot.
Uh-huh.
Oh, I'm used to a lot of the people here. Like, you see that lass over there that's smoking? Just points across the bridge.
The one
That's
that...
That's Lyra?
The very lady of the night.
Oh,
Yes,
yeah,
it's
she
called.
calls herself that. Not entirely sure what it means.
Have she ever solicited you for business?
No, not really.
That's good.
I've paid a tab before once.
Huh?
Toby? Oh, at the tavern. Hey, Toby, how's the fish today? As he passes this one man that's right here who's fishing into the waters. I'll say they're doing pretty well. As I'll just pull up a barrel that's full of poor quality fish. Just offering them over to Finn, who'd look around before pulling one up. Thanks! I can make a snack out of this.
Okay.
Anything okay?
Me?
Yeah. Sound a bit perplexed.
I'm just experiencing something new. A part of this city that I haven't seen before.
It's one of the largest and a bit too compact, but you do what you do.
Yeah.
You also have to worry of getting stabbed in the background here too. But it'll look over you from it. You should be fine.
If anyone were to try to, they would be rather foolish.
There's a lot of drunks down here and a lot of people that are foolish.
That's fair.
However, it is early in the morning and those people should be passed out, so we should be fine.
I'm still just baffled by what you did with the boat back there.
Oh, yeah, when you're having trouble getting to one part of this area to another, just jump on the boat and push along. You'll eventually hit a docking area to just jump off on.
Are
Like,
these
most-
boats not private?
Not really. Like, if the boats had an owner, they no longer have an owner.
Ah. Okay.
It's a bit of just a commercial. These boats are here if someone needs them, use them kind of thing. Though they're pretty old and some will just sink with too much weight on them.
Fair enough. Just gonna kind of look at, what was his name? Toby?
Yep.
So, I'm guessing a lot of them were stolen. They don't actually know who the original owner was at this point.
Just chewing on some tobacco, glance up to you before spitting to the side. Yep.
Fair enough.
Have a good one, miss.
You too. Oh, by the way, she'll hand him a gold
He'll,
for the fish.
he'll glance at it for a moment before taking it, opening his mouth with slightly rotten teeth as he bites down to check if it's real. Ugh. It's gonna get me stabbed, but thanks, miss. I'll pocket it.
Try not to.
I'll certainly try. Finn will stop here and knock on the door. Hey, Gibbs, open up. I know you're in the...
Is this his house?
Well, yeah. He's got his
Live-
tavern.
Lived there.
Well, you saw the actual bedrooms, right? They were all on the second floor. And they were all occupied.
I guess so.
Inside you hear a rustling of cloth and their voice coming out. Just a moment, just a moment. The door was slowly creak open. And I forgot about one detail. The missus.
I feel bad. I don't know. Oh, jeez. These tokens, man.
Good to see you, Finn. Alexandra. How can I help you?
wellness check?
Oh, as well, I guess I can be. Come in. Take a seat in the rug with me.
Uh,
There is no chairs. As you glance inside.
s- okay. Don't sit on the rug.
Ben will close the door behind them and go and sit down. Well, you're looking alright. I'd say I'm doing okay. The tavern's been in a bit of a closed state still since recent happenings. Don't want to draw attention to myself by reopening it before things have been fixed too.
Yeah, I heard things were getting tense amongst the criminal circuits.
I want to say tense. It's more they've gone underground to try not to draw attention. Well, at least the ones I'm aware of.
What's that? There's been no major crackdown on them recently.
Well, just rumors going on. There's the fort that was attacked and stopped. There was the whole mass culling of people down in these quarters that were found in the waterways. Creatures from the depths are starting to rise up. That one was dealt with. It's just stuff like this only really happened like during the Civil War. People are preparing for the worst out there.
Traumas from the past resurfacing, so those that were looking to indulge in the freedom of peace are preparing for the strictures of war.
Pretty much, yeah. The fact that even the Queen was disappeared for a time as well, there's a lot of signs that stuff is happening and people are trying to hush it down.
Find my way with it. I'll have 50 years of peace at the least.
Well, that's what was promised with the Civil War, and well, stuff is happening now, and it's
Oh, I'm more than aware. It's
peace is difficult to maintain and is easily broken.
particularly when outside powers that see themselves above politics are spilling blood in the name of their faith.
That's true, but I'm sure in their mind the whole Civil War was basically us doing the same thing.
Spilling blood in the name of ethos, politics, and again, faith. Kinda all revolves around that idea, beliefs, and mortals' hearts.
It's pretty easy to justify why you need to draw your knife, your sword, or just to throw a punch. There's always consequences from it.
There is.
Thankfully, I don't deal with any of the stabby side of things. I just work with trade. So if you ever need anything traded, Like we did before, just let me know. I could definitely use the business now that the tavern's shut down.
I'm well aware. I saw you around.
But yeah,
Uh,
welcome to my home. Welcome to myself, the missus.
It's
It's a hovel. I've been in your home. It's okay.
you're making the best of what you have.
Yep, certainly am. Plus, if you get anything too fancy here, you're gonna get shanked. So, best not to flash what you've got.
Oh, I must look like a ripe, juicy target then.
You do.
Although I think my inquisitorial seal should
Not do
dissuade the
anything here.
smarter.
That really wouldn't stop them if they were eager enough.
Well, maybe that Warhammer might.
That would be more effective. I don't think even a lot of the folks they would recognize the symbol.
You're not the.
Most
Well,
learned
not-
of folks.
No, that's true. But we're also not the guard.
Like
Our
the guard's
presence
easy to
is-
notify, just see the bronze being going around.
Mhm.
That's probably why old Fen here doesn't get too much attention. They're walking bronze.
Yeah, I guess that's fair. I guess those that would recognize the Red of the Inquisition are.
Those that would know to keep out of sight, or people that had some scholaring.
Hmm.
Okay, it is a basic
Or-
truth of our kingdom.
Or those that. Even the likes of the normal underworld would rather see dealt with.
True, but it's difficult to tell them apart from anyone else, unless it's very obvious.
Shady is shady unless they're brandishing a symbol of, I don't know, Bane or some evil bastard like that.
True, but only an idiot would really just brandish that out in the open.
Yeah, there's plenty of idiots.
Well, anything else I can help you with? I could offer you some tea, but it's not going to be anything as nice as your own place.
I appreciate the attempt at hospitality. I guess if there's any rumors I should be informed of.
Well, there's plenty of rumors. What kind are you looking for?
Is there any new groups in town? Possible foreigners?
Well, I guess there's talks of some ambassadors that came in from the south and the north that people are keeping an eye out for.
Not the ambassadors, the organizations, criminals, people looking to muscle into particular sectors of the underground economy. Slavers.
Slavers. They're not out in the open, at least for that lot. There have been some people going around, but nothing so overt as the mass killings, which got people hint, which might have been the whole point of it. It drew attention, and people have been keeping an eye out for that going around.
It's likely the case. It's a cover up and to attempt to increase the tension across the city right until its breaking point. One final pluck, it snaps.
I can definitely say there has been sightings of more foreigners about in the city, though. That at least I can confirm.
It's worrisome.
Like, it's not too unusual for there to be a couple, like, trade going on, people coming by sea,
Obviously
seeing the
not.
city. Even people that just have found themselves living here, but
And even then, new citizens, new foreigners visiting trade, that's all good for the economy.
it is, but it is pretty obvious that there is a lot more foreigners about. You can tell with the different attire they wear, different accent.
Yeah. And the fact that they're having interests in even these parts of the city is worrisome. It's possible they're scouts or spies with someone. If I were to invade a city like this, I would rather have the army already in it.
True, but difficult to say who's something like that and who's just a traveler or a merchant.
Absolutely.
Like, there is stuff going on down here that isn't quite on the up and up, but usually gets looked away as it's not causing any harm.
Small things can have big outcomes.
True, but if you start looking down on every small thing, then other people will moving to fill the void.
Absolutely. That's why we haven't stopped the technically illegal but ultimately harmless activity. Why do you think some of the local gangs and the such have rules, against harming children? Or who to sell to and who not to when it comes to their illicit products. We're not dumb. We have a plan to play in more than most think.
Oh, I get that, but again, I don't know enough of the criminal side to know what they're getting up to, and I'm sure even though you know how the Inquisition handles it, you're not entirely sure what they're up to either.
No. As long as they're not breaking the rules, we leave them be. My concern is that they're not. There should be someone to check in a little bit more occasionally, looking into possible threats amongst those parties. As the locals understand the rules, and those foreign gangs might not. It keeps things civil.
I get that, but again, I'm not entirely sure how that side is going. A lot of groups have gone down low and quiet.
I'm aware. And that's what worries me. As these killings and the such, normally they wouldn't spook them quite as much.
Like,
The average citizen, absolutely.
yeah, it's not just killings in that manner too. There's been a few people that have been killed in their homes, even down here.
Really.
Yeah. Like, they spotted one, it was a lass, I believe, with dark hair. Pale complexion, she looked like a northerner. She came out of the building where a lass was cut up in.
That's certainly worrying. Yes. You're well aware how the North has its reputation for a damn good reason.
True. But the funny thing is, though, with that lass is that she wasn't a... what's the word? I guess she was part of the city, but she also wasn't born in the city.
She was a president.
She was a resident, but she wasn't born and raised here, more she came and started to live here. Makes me
Was
wonder
she-
why she was targeted of all things.
Was she from... The last who was killed, was she from another part of our nation, or a proper foreigner?
Difficult to say, really. Like, I'm not sure myself, didn't know her of that much detail.
Mm-hmm.
It's just that she's just a few houses down from us, so I knew because of that.
It's worrying. As it seems like someone was trying to tie up loose ends. Or chose them out of convenience. Send some type of message, maybe?
Difficult to
Certainly
say,
odd.
really.
Well, I appreciate this conversation, Jeeves.
I ain't Jeeves, I'm Gibbs.
I appreciate this conversation, Gibbs.
Like, I wish I was that fancy, but nah, that ain't me.
You do have a glorious mustache.
Thank you, it really helps with the business. People trust you when you've got the right facial hair.
They really do. But suffice to say, I and the Inquisition appreciate this information, as I hand him 5 gold.
Could you split that into either coppers or silvers? If I start flashing gold around here, that ain't gonna do me any good.
I only have 24 silver on me?
That'll do. It'd be safer than the 5 gold. As much as I'd like that 5 gold.
I also have 34 copper.
Sure, I'll take it.
Okay, she'll hand him over all her silver and copper.
I'll just set a hat to the side and have it get filled in that. Thank you, that'll do nicely.
I'll, go to the treasury and bank to get some smaller denominations next time.
That'll definitely do you good in these parts of town. Unless you're dealing with someone of a high up position that's more used to enforcing their will. Better to be working with silver down here.
definitely shouldn't be pulling out any of these, and she'll pull out like 3 platinum coins in her fingers.
Oh yeah, it's like if you start flashing them down here, even with your hammer, someone's gonna try and jump you.
Desperation.
Desperation, just a bit of greed, and not being quite right in the head.
That's true enough. This city has its effects on people.
But when you live in a part of the city that's always in the dark, it has an effect on your mind's mental state.
Say if perhaps someone was working on a way to give the people more room. They don't literally have to live on top of each other.
I could say quite a few people would be for that. Like,
How
I've
many
got
of them might be willing to move out to the outskirts of the newly created islands and farm?
I would suspect quite a few, but I can't give you an honest answer.
I know many of these people are very much willing to make a living with their own hands. I mean, the fishermen around, even down here, are signing off of that.
Quite true. But I can definitely say that I myself wouldn't mind getting some of my upstart neighbours moving out, that's all. Grab a stick and just hit the roof above for a moment and get some curses from above. Like, we quite literally live on top of each other here.
Yeah, I can see that. Well, that's good to know. At least the will of the people are in line with my own.
Well, if you're gonna head out, I wish you good luck on finding out some answers. It seems like you're looking for someone on that front.
Yeah. And if you have come across any information that might be of use, I of course will happily compensate.
I can't promise anything, but if I hear something, I'll let you know.
Alright. Thank you.
You're welcome.
She'll stand up, dust herself off, offer a hand to Finn.
I'll take it. He was likely munching on what looks to be peanuts.
To be what?
Peanuts.
Okay.
Did you hear something completely... Did you hear something different?
I'm not making any comment.
Penis.
I said I'm not making any comment.
Can't avoid the dick jokes even mid-game.
Alright,
Hello, Stinky.
Alexandra will make her leave.
Yep, and he'll begin to head out, and I'm assuming your next destination would be the Mangus.
If Finn doesn't have anything else, he wants to go like the Divers Guild.
I can briefly say you'll pass by there and he'll have a surprised reaction as everyone congratulates him as his name is etched into the stone. And likely end up being tied up there for a little bit, getting a new marking. Before you get the chance to go see the Mangus.
Yep.
But before that, we'll jump over to Samuel, who's just got surprised by a penis.
I'm eating food. I'm eating a different kind of meat.
Indeed, are you going to see the food stand, which is here? Or you're going to see the bakery? Both have their own specialties.
We're going to both, so we'll go meat first.
Okay, then let me get the list for that, and I'll switch the music back over to the back. So I have a list for the prices for the main market area. Okay, let's see what Askar's shop is called. Nope, not the doctors. Ah, here we go. So if you go into the meat house, you'll see a hanging sign of a butcher knife cutting through some meat, with the name Askar's Butchery and Meat House dangling upon it.
Interesting. I thought it was gonna be like a street stall.
It kind of is. Like, the hanging sign is there, but there's no doorway to stop anyone from just stepping in and taking a look.
Okay.
The meat hanging up, the scent of it cooking is going through the air, trying to draw customers over. There you see Askar. I'll enlarge him for a little bit. Just humming to himself behind before he notices you coming on over. Ah,
Yeah,
I've got some... Oh, carry on.
I just make my way for the lady so she can go first.
She'll step on in, yeah. Well, it looks like you've got quite a bit of business here, sir. Why, thank you. It's always good to get some able customers. Now, how can I help the both of you? Not entirely too sure. She'll glance over to you. What do you think would be best?
Well, we wanted to try soy sauce, teriyaki. Somebody
That-
recommended trying those things. Never had it before.
You want a delicacy from the north then? That's a bit more on the pricier side, but definitely do that.
How much of
you-
a pricier side?
You'll be needing gold.
How much?
Well, that depends on how much you want. If you're just wanting a dipping sauce, then
Wait,
just
you gave a price and it went robotic, so I didn't hear it.
that would depend on how much you're wanting. If it's just of soy sauce to work over, but if you're wanting that and some of the delicacies here to dip within, then the price will vary.
What about like skewers with the sauce on it?
You wanting bird meat, some prize animal meats, or you wanting something of the fish variety?
I've never had the sauce before, so whatever you think works best. You are the expert, so enlighten me.
How about this? I'll give you a platter of skewers of all different types to try and see what you prefer. I'll do that for 2 gold with it. With the soy sauce added in, that'll be 3 gold in total.
Right. I put down 5.
Oh. I'll add in some of the richer, fattier meats with that much you're throwing in for me.
Well, this is a learning experience, so.
Just give me a moment and I'll get you a nice old platter for you to try out.
Thank you.
He'll start to get his knives, go into the back and try to cut things up. Cutting them, you can have the sense of all different kinds of meat, from the fish to the avian kind to the fattier meats.
Nice.
Would you like any special thing added, or just want to try it with the sauce?
He's never had it. He wants. The butcher knows best, so.
He'll just trust the soy sauce for this one. Get the bowl with the soy sauce into it for you to dip into and try.
Yeah, I'll try the
Hot-
soy sauce first before it's on anything.
Like, dip a pinky in and try it. It is definitely a sweet flavor.
It's
Also-
sweet?
This is my personal experience of soy sauce. I've always considered it to be slightly sweet.
Mostly salty. Sweet would be teriyaki.
Well, we'll go with that then. Well, it's a bit salty, but I just like the taste of soy sauce. I have difficulty describing it. Apologies.
You're fine.
But you taste the unique flavor from the north. I'm actually going to roll a d20 to see if Talara likes it. By itself, she smacks her lips and tilts her head back aside. I wouldn't have it by itself. Let's try it with some of the meat, see if it's better.
Yeah, by itself, I don't really think it's meant for that. A little too salty for me, but I'm sure it's really good on me.
I think I'll try it with... I think Tavian said something about having it with fish earlier, so I'll try it with the fish first, then move up there from the oven. She'll get one of the skewers for the fish and gently dip it in before taking a small bite. And her eyes light up. Oh, this is so much better. Here, try some of it. Or she'll dip in the other side and offer it towards you.
That's right.
And you have the rich flavors all mixing together.
I love soy sauce and teriyaki, so
Same, honestly. So yeah, from that point on, it's just... It looks like she very much enjoyed the soy sauce with the actual meat. She doesn't like it by itself.
works.
We should definitely get ourselves a bottle of this to try with other things later.
We can do that too.
Let's see, I think I've got something in here to pay for that. You should pay everything for me.
Yes, I do. I'm still hosting you. It would be bad manners for me to have you pay for something.
Very well, I'll make it up to you there.
You always do.
And so you've acquired a bottle of soy sauce.
How much more is that going to cost me?
It's just 1 gold for a Grab a big bottle of the sauce. It's an import after all.
Excelente.
Always glad to have customers. Feel free to come by anytime.
Of course.
And then,
It was delicious. Thank you.
always glad to hear. If you'd like anything fresher, let me know. He also imports animals too.
I think I can look into, but maybe not this time.
Sure, just let me know. I guess we can check the bakery next. See if we got anything to go after that. Nice little refreshing.
Yeah.
Traveling along, you'll see some guards seeming to be protecting what looks to be a warehouse of a kind as you pass on by to the bakery.
Actual guards or just hired muscle?
They look like they're wearing the bronze of the guards.
Okay.
Though, with how rugged they look, they also look like thugs. It's
Yeah.
difficult to say. They have the garbs of a guard, but they don't look like it by facial features and how they're
Right.
standing.
Yeah, that's okay.
Moving to the next building. This one has a secure door. It has a glass window. It actually looks like a proper store, unlike the last place you were just in. Hanging from the sign, you see a cat biting down on a piece of bread, etched into the sign. It's called the Briarwork Bakery,
Right here.
right here.
Okay. Are they actually there?
No. That is from before. They haven't removed them yet, but I will do that real quick.
Is this another situation where this is an awning essentially, or is it an actual building?
It's actual. It's kind of connected to different structures, but it's definitely a building on its own with the woodwork.
Okay.
I opened up the wrong information there. Okay, so stepping within, you'd see a wide selection of different foodstuffs set on the counter to be pursued and looked over. And behind the counter, you see a rather tall feline figure. Dressed with an apron over themselves and quite a few nets to keep their hair from getting into what they're cooking, tied over the top of their head and around themselves. They'll glance over to you with a bit of a grin and a mouthful of sharp, pointy teeth.
I opened the door for Talara. Let her in first.
Oh my, hello there, she'll say as she'll step on in, surprised briefly by the tall, feline creature.
Hello.
Greetings, didn't mean to surprise you. And welcome to my bakery. What can I do for the lovely couple?
Well, I don't know. Looking for suggestions. Any specialties? Anything you like making that you'd like people to try? We're adventurous.
Something that I know you would definitely like would be the apple turnovers.
Okay. But what are you proud of?
What am I personally proud of? He'll look over his baked goods, thinking for a bit. Personally proud of my savory breads.
Ooh. Savory with salted meat. It sounds like a good combo.
What is it, like cheese breads?
That indeed. There's also other things I add on, like sometimes I got a bit of black pepper, or just to add a bit of taste on top of it.
Pepper on bread.
Yes. Just a little bit.
Huh?
Just a little bit. Just to give that
Oh,
slight kick.
I mean, back home, most of our bread isn't as extravagant. It's more flat. But it's more used as plates. So this
So
is
you're
always
from
exciting
the
to see.
south, then?
Yes.
I've tried doing that before. I know how to do it. I guess I could make something like that for you as well if you'd like a little touch
Oh
of
no
both.
no. Nothing special. I'm more interested in what you like and, well, whatever the lady wants.
I think I kind of like the sound of this apple turnover, so maybe one of those and a savory bread as well?
Sounds good.
That'll do wonderful. And I'll throw in just a gingerbread biscuit for you as well to try as a freebie. As you're a
Oh,
new customer.
Thank you. We do try. Wait, you mean just going around and stuff, but how much is that?
That'll be 2 copper each for the savory bread, a copper for the apple turnover. So that'll just be in total 6 copper for you.
Okay, I'll give them 2 silver.
Oh, that's very generous of you, my friend.
No, it's good. I'm hearing good things, I smell great things, and I'm looking forward to tasting good things.
Help start cooking and getting some stuff that was already prepared out. Setting them before you in little, just paper packaging, basically, to keep it prepared and able to be carried. You get 2 apple turnovers, 2 savory breads, which are freshly baked, so you have the smell of them and the warmth flowing over. Some ginger biscuits with little designs cut into them of a feline. And because of how much you gave, you get your own little apple pie as well, just set to the side, with a dusting
Oh.
of sugar on top.
Very nice.
Can't have you going hungry, especially if you're offering so much.
Well, there's always saving it for later.
Exactly. It's nice and warm now, but it's still good if you keep it well after as well. Now, would you like to sit down? I've got some stuff over there you can sit on if you don't mind sitting on the crate.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
And feel free. It's going to be cooking some more over here for any other customers. I just realized I haven't dragged our lady over here. Grab her token.
Huh.
Oh, she would take a seat and take a bite of the savory bread first, and let's see if she enjoys that.
Where is she? Oh.
I'm gonna have to roll for her deception to see if she can hide. Yep.
No.
Not for you, you're able to see through it, but she hides it from the baker who's been so generous and nice. As she bites into the cheesy, savory bread with the slight pepper, and is very much not enjoying it, but she's like, it's It's very good. You're a wonderful cook. I think you should try some of this, Samuel. She gingerly tries to offer the bread over to you.
I just take it from her, the whole thing, because I understand. I take a bite. I think it's pretty good. Yeah, this is pretty good. Here, try this one. I think you'll like this much better. Hey, the apple tart turnover.
Let's have a look. She takes a bite of it, the cream and the freshly baked apple just going together with a slight crunchy texture, just immediately soothes the pepper taste. See, she doesn't like pepper at all. As she bites down and enjoys it.
I mean,
Seeming pleased.
the idea of pepper on bread is a little odd.
That's a fan favorite for me personally.
You have pepper on bread?
Yeah, there's like savory breads I occasionally get. There's pepper ones. I think it's called like a tiger bread.
I mean, one of my favorite breads is like everything seasoning, but not pepper. I don't know.
I getcha.
Also, I'm from the south, so spice, that's my thing. So pepper on the bread for Samuel, he's like, oh, this is good.
Yep, it definitely shows of how it just went. You got an 18, well she got a natural 1. Oh,
That's fine.
she's munching down on the apple turnover, cleaning her palate, and much more enjoying that. After that, there's just the humble little ginger biscuit to try out.
He doesn't like spice, is what we're
Yeah.
determining.
It seems to be the case every time she's tried something with spice on its own or it's strong, it's just like, no.
Listen, when you get people from places that don't have spice, they're like, what the fuck is this? Ain't that right, Gary?
Yep. And finally, the pie.
See? I told you.
Yep, I think we've established the culinary favorites here.
Yeah, and the ginger biscuit. Look at there.
Yep, a 19, you really like the biscuit.
I like spice, man. He's a
And the
spicy
final
boy.
and the final thing to try is the apple pie for Samuel.
This would be really funny if this is what I don't like.
You don't.
It's too sweet. It's okay, but it's too sweet.
We all have
It's
our
one of those,
different.
I'll eat it, but if you put it in front of me again, or I'll eat it now, but I won't order it again.
Yep.
So you have a sweet tooth.
I really do, honestly. I just really. It just makes me shiver a little bit nicely.
Fine.
You know?
I like the spicy stuff, so.
It looks like we do. We definitely know who's eating what on the plate now.
Yeah? Which one did I not try?
You tried the bread, you enjoyed it. You tried the
Yep.
ginger biscuit and enjoyed it. The apple turnover, that's the one you haven't
Yeah.
tried.
That's the one. That's pretty good too.
It's not as sweet as the apple pie.
Yeah. That pie though, it has is pretty sweet. Turnovers, yeah, has a nice balance. Yeah. I'll take a ginger biscuit to go. And I guess an apple pie for her. Like a little mini apple pie.
That would be, the pies are a bit more, but so that'll be 3 copper for the pie and just 1 copper for the biscuit.
That's fine. I'll give them another silver.
With that, they'll give you free biscuits in the packaging and a pie.
Hey. Excellent. Hospitality. Thank
I
you.
hope you-
This was very good.
I'm very much glad you enjoyed yourselves, and please feel free to come around anytime.
Of course. I'm sure this isn't the first time. We're just kind of making our way around, seeing lots of things.
It's always good to see people from outside trying things.
Of course.
How's the self doing, by the way? I haven't been there since I was a wee lad, so curious how it's been.
Last I heard... I don't know, what's the last thing I heard? As far as I know, it's stable, but they're working on shit.
I think the biggest news down in the south was the new surge of technology and the attempts of gaining flight to the skies. That was
So they're,
growing more prominent.
so they're trying to do hex tech?
Not quite more, not hex.
Magic.
Similar, but they're also trying to use like wind and air to do it.
Okay.
I'm trying to think of a like solar tech, basically.
I got you.
And welcome, Moomy.
I don't know who that is.
Okay, bye.
But yeah, in the moment, just like, what's the happenings going down there?
Apparently we've got a technology boom. It's pretty interesting. I don't know exactly how far it's going. All I've heard is from my father, and he doesn't really talk much about his work in politics. Anything else I've heard from the church. So, but yeah, they're working on innovation. It's pretty cool.
That's always good, especially in times of peace.
Yeah. And I mean, if it works out and trade routes open up quicker, then it can only be a good thing.
I want to be able to establish things beyond the border then. Like, there's lots of wild lands to the left and right of our lands. Try to
Well,
expand over there.
problem with that, I don't know if you're aware, is that with the wildlands comes, well, the wildlife, and some of it is quite deadly.
True, my father talked about that. I've never seen it myself. As I said, I haven't been there since I was a wee lad.
Yeah, well, I've seen a bit. Werewolves, druids, a lot.
My father used to tell me a tale that if you hear what you think to be knives moving through the woods, immediately run away.
Knives?
Yeah, not quite sure what he meant by that. It's like, it sounded like knives or something sharp. Like, moving
I-
against each other.
Can I make a check on that?
Sure. That'll be a
What would that
history
be?
check. History
Study.
or nature?
16.
It takes you a moment to think of that. And you have... Would you say you have encountered this or heard of it? On a personal level.
Me, I don't know what that is. As a player.
Okay, I have shown the image of the creature. Let me see if I can find it.
Oh, is this something mentioned previously?
It was a hinted thing when I was giving like background images. Okay, so it's gonna take me a while to find that, so I'll just describe it. It's basically one of the more feared entities
Mm-hmm.
out in the lands. It's a creature that's able to move quietly. Almost an aberration kind of creature, monstrous and inhuman.
So this is like a fucking chupacabra, a legend essentially.
A legend that is very much real.
Okay. Huh.
It's one of the things that the hunters of your lands end up gathering quite a large group of people to try and deal with if one is spotted.
Right. How long does it go back? As far as I know.
As far as you know, the legends of this creature has gone at least 50, if not 100 years.
Well, it's an aberration, so. I've heard of that. Definitely seen people try and deal with it. Definitely seen the aftermath of it too. It's gruesome. Yeah. Usually when people hear it, from what I've heard, when they hear it, it's already too late. Which begs the question, how does the stories get out?
True, and honestly, like the stories of the Chupacabra, for example, I think there has to be some survivors.
Well, I'm sure. And I mean, terror encounters like that are terrible can have a way of shocking people. So fear is a dangerous thing.
It truly is.
Thank you again for the food and the nice chat. Have to take the lady here to. I don't know. Where do you want to go?
Let's just take a walk. We're in the market, might as well see what's around.
Walk it is.
And as you go take a walk to see the sights, we'll jump back to Tavian. And the waking individual that begins to rise in her bed after passing out, being unable to sleep during the night.
Oh. Alright. I am here.
So basically, what I'm hearing is that I am rising from the slumber. Might as well update my token, but I'll do that later.
Indeed.
Also, am I sounding a little better?
You are.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I would also say that Navi is still here unless Navi would like to have run off to...
Navi has not gone anywhere.
Yeah. Perfectly fine. Yeah.
Cool. I'm just fixing up the images, just in case if you're doing it for your recording.
I am using the recording.
There you go. I updated it. So now it is the newest token. Yeah. Probably if they wake up, I'm gonna say this is one of the rare moments where I think their whole body hurts. It's one of those like rare situations where it's like I don't think if anyone was in the room they would have be able to hide it. So very much they would just stand up. And I would say slowly make their way towards the restroom, honestly. But I think they would go there because maybe like a routine, you want to go there and try to like splash water in your face, try to relax. Very much it's kind of like the situation of a fever dream. But anyway, continue.
As you're moving to clean your face, you'll see in the reflection your changed state, while the mumble of noises coming from the living room area alerts you that there's others in the household. The haunting red skin, the slight beauty to your changes, but also a very different face. Looking back, your horn protruding.
I think they would be like, once they hear that and they hear the murmuring, and they've kind of like would have this little small panic as they would turn as they hear the murmuring. I assume they wouldn't be used to some things, so like still maybe stumbling, they'd like turn too sharply and suddenly a whack from an unfamiliar limb that is now longer.
Yeah. You turn, the tail whips around and ends up smacking itself against the side, possibly knocking a few things down in the process.
Am I really playing this like a scenario of Looney Tunes in my brain where they're like turn around and be like, oh, smack more. That's where my brain's just going to, where it's like,
If
Hey,
you're
man.
panicking, that wouldn't be out of place. You just keep knocking things over.
Live your
I just
truth.
imagine.
I mean, Navi has very long limbs right now, so it's fine.
Oh, so you're saying Navi became a bugbear? Got it.
More Wendigo like. Why is everybody getting a Wendigo form? Do I hear the crashing?
What's your natural perception?
I think like 12. 10. Worse than 12.
I wouldn't say you do, but I'll definitely say that Navi has heard the noise.
Sounds like your girlfriend's up.
Oh, okay. Alright. Guess I need to go see if she needs any help. And he'll just,
Do you want to deal with that alone, or do you want some help?
up to you. You know what? No, why don't you come with?
Okay.
Just jumps off the table and follows.
Just knock on the door. Toller, you alright in there?
Basically, suddenly the crashing stops as they just go like, I'm okay.
Are you sure? You stuttered quite a bit just now.
That's normal. Don't think too hard on that. I'm it's kind of like just this moment of like
Panic.
and then maybe eventually she'll just say it's like I'm a little bit red on the face. Oh.
Yeah, I told you yesterday. You were kind
You
of
did
out
not.
of it. No, he didn't, but he probably thinks he did. Just with the horns and the tail, it also kind of happened. Are you okay?
I don't know. I'm trying to. I don't know.
Navi, can you take Tina to the manor?
Sure. That's what you need.
Thank you. I
Field
think
trip with the kiddos! And she runs out.
there are windows, so I guess fucking Tola gets to see what Navi looks like now as she runs around to grab the kid. Why don't you describe yourself for the class one more time?
Long antlers. Navi was 4 foot, I think 4'11". She's now 5'3", and on top of, or 5'6", I think was the, 5'6", and then on top of that is a set of 8-inch amber antlers. Plus, her limbs are very, very long. Like her arms are unnaturally long, and she starts gathering up all the children's.
My brain's still stuck on Bugbear.
Yeah, when I heard antlers and elongated limbs, I got that good old wind. There's the Wendigo, the Windchew, and the Skinwalkers, and my brain just went Native American for some reason. But yeah, no, as they're running off, is it alright if I come in?
Um, uh, if 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 you carried me, so I think you already saw it.
I have. But I don't want to bust in if it'll make you uncomfortable.
Am I still wearing the same outfit as I wore like yesterday, but basically I was just slept in for like 2 days?
For a
Just
day.
as she's passing by the window, Navi just shouts, "Navi has seen you too before," and then leaves.
I will roll a d20 based off of that. Just stares.
Why is that one positive?
She was there yesterday. She was
Well,
there
this-
yesterday.
No, I'm aware, but that's the key thing. It's less of you saying I saw it. It's more of like I just came back to say, hey, I saw it. Popping out the window, still listening somehow.
Navi is a Navi.
Navi has very good ears.
Alright. Gonna go ahead and come on in then. He turns the door and steps in. Oh, you didn't change this morning. Yesterday was a lot. Apparently for you and Navi. Do you want to talk about it?
I don't understand. It seems like right now I'm trying to keep myself collected a little bit.
What's wrong? What's going on in your head? Are you worried? Upset?
Yes. I don't know a lot of things in this case, but I've seen things, and I know that either, well, and you kind of see them trailing off in their brain, where they're just like they're trying to collect their thoughts, and the best way I can explain it, usually, this is what I will kind of give some more indications for the group. So often they'll hide their face behind a mask when they feel these struggling moments, and Tavian gets a rare moment to kind of see Tola basically having this moment of like this constant switching, like not demeanor. Don't imagine like their face is changing too much. It's more of like you could definitely tell it's a lot more of like lack of confidence. They're trying to figure out how to think out their situation, and you could definitely tell it's like they're struggling with like eye contact a lot more. Usually they give eye contact, and this is one of the moments where they're just kind of like stumbling about.
The autism is showing.
It's alright, Tola. You don't have to force yourself to talk if you don't want to. You're alright, and it's gonna be okay.
I appreciate the kind words, but I don't know if it will be okay. Mainly because there's so much to unwrap and so much to realize that issues might arise.
That's fair, but it will be alright. You have us to rely on. We'll be here for you. I'll do my best to be here for you as well. After all, we're all in this together, and they've put up with my crazy changing nonsense. I'm sure they'll be fine with yours too. And to be fair, yours honestly looks a lot better than the mess I've been going through. You're still just as pretty as you were. You're still you.
Then let me give you more context of what's in my thoughts.
Mhm.
I hid for very, very long time from like many things, as I have people that want to have me, people that wanted to collect me. I've I've, I've seen them basically have the many things that they like to sought out, even though I was plain compared to what I'd seen. They still wanted me in this case, and I had the grace of being able to blend in, but now it's not a thing I can actually do now. And you kind of see it's like it's that when she's kind of explained that, that's you feel the shakiness behind it a bit more.
He'll walk up and just embrace her. You don't have to worry about that anymore. You don't have to hide anymore, Tola. As long as I'm around, they'll never get you. I will protect you. Okay?
Roll a d20.
Why would you do this to me? Don't make me roll things.
I make you roll things.
Gross.
No more secret things from Gary.
12. Better than I've been rolling recently. Finger guns.
So, what will happen is very much like you will, as you hug, you're usually the one that's always the hugger, as I would describe. And maybe like you just wait there for a moment, and as you just kind of like try to slowly pull away, you suddenly feel a pair of hands just kind of like wrap around, and they kind of like grip tightly as they just kind of like press their face into you. As very much as like you really can't see what's on their face now. The only thing I could say is like it's you could feel that they're holding you tightly. But also, ow, 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 horns, ow.
Shrug.
They're not. I know, that's why I'm screaming. It's like, wait a minute. They don't realize it. It's one of those moments where you just silently suffer.
He'll just kind of sit there and chuckle and then put his hand on the back of her head and just kind of like pat.
Alright, I must do what Gary commanded. Oh. Do your worst. But as you basically pat, same hair texture, maybe it feels a little bit more heated. If you like rub on their skin, you could definitely tell it's far more hot. That's the question I'd be curious, actually. It's like, when Tola was basically passed out, like, I don't think you would have snuggled as much, because it's one of those situations where I'm not a heated water bottle as much anymore. It's more of they're like, hey, it's like the difference between like hugging, you know, a warm blanket versus hugging a water heater.
I've done that before. It is not great. Depends on the temperature of the water heater.
What I will say is like as you are like doing the patting, suddenly Tola will like jump back, kind of like shaking, and then she kind of just like puts her hands between you and her, and she's like, I'm um as like you kind of see her face is no longer kind of like being stone stiff. It's starting to look like a bit more of a panic as she just starts to shake her hands.
Are you okay?
I'll be okay. I just need a moment. So excuse me, and it's kind of like walks around you, slowly making their way back.
He'll just nod. And then step out. They're not okay, are they? I don't have to roll inside for that.
Oh yeah, you don't really need to, because this is, I would say, one of the rare times I would describe as running away.
Mm-hmm. If I was any other Tavian. Just knocking on the door. Do you need me to get you anything?
Ah yes, it's good boy Tavian.
Water? Or something to eat? You've been asleep for a while. You need to take care of yourself, and, well, honestly, I would be happy if you'd let me.
I just need time. If I'll let you know.
All right.
And then, as you're about to say things, you hear a thought in your head, basically very much being like, "I can always talk to you from here, without yelling loud."
Do I get to
But
respond?
you will get. No, I don't think you get a response, but I will say that the best way I explain it, unlike, how someone sends a message through their head. I don't know, maybe actually this might require a, what is the DC for this thing actually? Gary mentioned this a while ago for me. Let me take a look. Oh shoot. Look at that. So you might need a check to figure things out, but I could, you know what, actually no, it's reading specifically for like language stuff. Never mind. Basically you feel this incredibly heavy weight, I would say, of sadness, but what makes it really sad is that you very much feel that same comfort that you feel from them, but it seems like I would describe as like whatever that same comfort made them feel spooked and twisted in a weird way. Something flashed in their mind and you don't know what, but it basically made what was supposed to be comforting into something that made them scared. As they give you that message. Basically, you can feel the emotion.
Alright. He will go over here and do what Finn suggested and immediately start making an omelet. Which... Yep. Did I have cook's tools on the other? Oh no, I did not. Okay, well, shit. Hope it doesn't suck.
Does it suck?
It's an omelet. It's an omelet-shaped omelet. It is literally just okay. I think he's a little distracted at the moment. He'll still put it on a plate and start walking back that way. Alright. I'm coming in. I've got food. I'll just walk in. And then...
Probably you would see them, I would say, on the floor. But as you were coming in, you saw like a hastily like thrown thing on their head. You just basically see 2 horn indents under this blanket covering their head. Sorry, I should have said come in.
Oh, sorry. What are you afraid of? If you don't mind me asking.
I gotta ask this for Gary then. So Gary, we already talked about a little bit of the past, and you've seen the progress of what's going on with, I would say, Pola in a lot of ways. I'm debating whether or not I should, have a reroll of a wisdom save or something else. What would you think? It's more for flavor, but I'm just trying to figure out for my brain's sake, because I need a second opinion.
The normal D20 roll could work well for this. It could also be a wisdom roll depending on how deeply etched in you feel it is. Both could very much work here. I do like the D20, though. The special ruling you have.
We shall roll a d20. Time to roll the dice. It is Tavian, though, in the room. And you do have eggs.
Yes, my favorite,
Pola
the
has
egg bonus.
Well, the thing is, usually I'd be like, I didn't think about it until I realized that Gary gave me something that's like, I smell things well.
Yep.
I think when you ask that question of like, what are you afraid of? And I think what would occur is that you would just basically see this like small shutter under like this blanket that covers them. It's not a shutter like of fear of like, oh, someone asked the question. It's one of those feelings where you could see someone's like shaking because they're trying to contain this emotion. And as they just kind of like sit there on the floor, hands, holding the blanket over their head, they just simply will say, and I think this is the simplest I could describe it, is they simply say, I don't want all the things I like to burn away again.
He'll walk over and put the plate down and sit down and just... I'm afraid of losing everything too. I'm afraid of dying what is probably going to be a 3rd time. But So long as I have you and the others, I have something to fight and live for. I don't know what may happen. But so long as I can help you, I will. And so long as I can protect everyone in this group, I will. If you are afraid of everything burning and being gone again, then I will do everything in my power to make sure that that does not happen. You deserve to feel safe, to have things you enjoy, and to feel the feelings that you feel. You normally are reserved with it. The only person that is here is me. Go ahead and let it out if you'd like, because I know that I can take it. Feel your emotions, unrestricted. And just puts a hand on her shoulder. And I'll be here with you when you're done. I'm not going anywhere.
I don't think I need a roll for that. Keep going, keep going.
Yeah, I'm not going anywhere.
I would honestly say this would be one of the most uncharacteristic things I would say my character would do, because I was looking for specific wordings, and usually, like with the role stuff, it's like, oh, okay, I can ignore some things if some things are said. So here's what I would say happens. You will, as you kind of put your hand on them, you'll just see their hand, like both their hands slowly come off from the blanket. The blanket's still on their head, by the way, but they kind of reach out for their hands, like in this like open-handed. Basically, they're open their arms up to you, and they're basically just saying it's like, and they'll just simply just say it's like, I need something to hold right now.
Can I take the blanket off your head first?
You could see like very much tears that look, and this is what makes it, I feel like, sad to me. It's like, I don't want you to imagine tears streaming down. It's more like tears coming in and they steam off.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no.
They don't look like that they have crying face, but it's very much like this, like keeping it together face.
And he'll just lean in. Just kiss her forehead. And then I guess they cuddle. Yeah.
I think raw emotion would come out at that point. It wouldn't be like this, small whimpering. It'd be like a little bit more of a full cry.
Mm-hmm.
As they lean close in. And then I think Tolo would like look back as you just kind of like, did for her. And then she would lean closer and kind of like move towards your cheek as she would just give it a nice quick, I wouldn't say quick, but it'd be like a nice little kiss onto it. Question is this though, Gary, does it happen? Gucci. There we go.
Gary, you talking there, buddy?
Gary died.
I was typing. I wasn't sure if you wanted this to be a quiet thing or not.
I don't know.
The quietness did work for a bit, and then it's like, okay, too much quiet. What's going on?
Yeah.
Okay, so Tavian,
Mm-hmm.
for a brief moment, feel a sense of lightheadedness as this kiss presses into your own before it fades.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, just it is what it is.
There we go.
I don't think he even mentions it. She doesn't need to worry more than she already is.
I think that's what's just gonna be like for the rest of the little scene. Is like them just being close.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
I blame myself though for making Gary being busy because he was just being nice, helping out things.
It's perfectly fine.
Perfectly fine indeed. I don't know what's going on behind the scenes. I'm just here for the ride.
Yep. So you have a moment comforting each other. And I think that'll be a good point to leave this particular scene.
Mm-hmm.
And it is getting late. Rat, are you still here? Or did you pass out?
They normally say something before they pass out.
Yes, but this is a little bit later than normal, and they're muted. I was going to see if they would like to jump to the conversation of Ithos first, or we leave that till next session.
Find out next time on Dragon Ball Z.
Yeah, we can find out next time. We can leave it off for here. It's a good point to finish off, as for me, the sun has already risen, and for people here, I'm sure they're very tired.
Yep.
Mumi, I'm glad you're able to join us at the end there to get this particular scene in. It was very important.
Yeah, I'm glad I showed up and to at least take care of that little bit.
Adorable.
Navi, I picture, is being a menace somewhere.
I'm gonna go ahead and stop the recording before we get all this in.
Nothing. Penis!
No! You've ruined it. You've ruined it.
Spoiled it.
Spoiled it.
Spoiled it.
Alright. Recording over at the spoiled it joke. Good night, everybody. I'll be watching this tomorrow, probably.